Lake Superior in North America, the largest freshwater surface in the world, paralyzingly cold in summer and plagued by terrifying autumn storms.
We had 30-foot seas. I mean, it's like a 3.5-story building. You know you're going to die.
Hundreds of ships have sunk here. Most famous, the Edmund Fitzgerald, the Titanic of the Great Lakes, a freighter deemed invincible.
You see that scallop effect? You wouldn't build a ship that way today.
There were no survivors and no witnesses, just a wreck that was split in two.
Completely shredded.
It's like no man's land.
3 decades later, father and son diver explorers Mike and Warren Fletcher investigate what happened.
It's brutal.
And new science about freak waves may finally lay the Edmund Fitzgerald to rest.
This had to have happened very near the end. Gary, this should be the last of it.
I think we're ready to go.
I'm good. Clear.
Looks like a nice morning. Yeah, it's approximately a 25-mile run.
Okay.
Lake Superior is one of the world's largest freshwater lakes, 560 kilometers east to west. It's a place of extremes, a place where icy polar air hits warm, wet southern winds in a violent collision that can create a superstorm. Nearly 300 ships have sunk there, so the massive freighters working the busy shipping lanes are built to withstand the tempests. On June the 7th, 1958, more than 10,000 people turned out to see the launch of a Leviathan. The Edmund Fitzgerald was the biggest, fastest bulk carrier on the Great Lakes. More than 2 city blocks long and 8 stories high, she was the largest man-made object ever launched into fresh water. But on the 10th of November 1975, she sank during a violent storm. All 29 crew on board perished. She went down so fast, there was no time for a mayday call. And when she was eventually found, she was broken in half, her hull shredded. An official U.S. Coast Guard inquiry suggested that human error had been to blame. It said hatch covers had not been properly secured, leading to the ship taking on water and sinking, then likely breaking in two when she hit the bottom.
The general consensus is the vessel filled with water, for whatever reason, flooded. The bow probably hit bottom first, and it was in that position or attitude for some time, and then the sea action and the weight of the ship broke it.
But recent sonar scans suggest something different. The positioning of the ship in 2 distinct halves indicates she may have split in 2 before she went down.
I wonder if we can't shift the thinking to this other possibility, and that is that the Fitzgerald flexed and broke open on the surface and flooded simply because her hull broke in half, and of course ended up in 2 pieces.
A huge freighter breaking up on the surface sounds incredible, but it happened before. 9 years earlier in another November storm, just 350 kilometers away on another Great Lake called Huron. But there was one big difference. That ship, the Daniel J. Morrell, had a survivor. Dennis Hale is now going back to the scene for the first time. When the Morrell sank in 1966, Hale was a 26-year-old crewman.
This is going to be a good thing for me.
Yeah.
I think I need this for my own mental health, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Hale spent years recovering from his experience. He'd been asleep in his bunk in the bow of the Morrell when he was woken by a terrifying sound. The outside temperature was near freezing, but Hale ran on deck wearing just a pea coat over his underwear and realized that the noise had been his ship breaking in two. Hale pulled on a life jacket and swam to an open life raft with 3 other men.
She's directly under our feet right now.
He was rescued 38 hours later in the middle of a blizzard, semi-conscious and delirious, next to 3 ice-clad frozen figures. The sole survivor in a crew of 29.
When I first saw the raft, no one was on it. And then by the time I got to it, 2 other men had climbed aboard. Right away, I grabbed the flares and fired off a parachute flare. When the flare went out, the other guys remained laying down. I noticed kind of a little glitter out of my left eye. It was this huge wave. It had to be at least 30, 35 feet. I thought this is going to come down on us and kill us, you know. And we had those waves most of the night.
Dennis Hale's eyewitness testimony is a starting point for the Fletchers.
I'm really looking forward to diving and getting to the point where the ship actually broke apart.
Structural failure was blamed for the sinking of the Morel. The Fletchers planned to compare the damage on Hale's ship to the Fitzgerald. Similarities could suggest the Fitzgerald also broke up on the surface, which means hatches and human error may not have been to blame. Diving the Great Lakes is very different from warm water scuba diving. The water here is just 7 degrees above freezing and will lower a diver's core temperature. Their neoprene dry suits are 4 millimeters thick, but the pressure at these depths compresses them to half that, reducing insulation. So they wear 4 layers of thermals and fleece under their dry suits to try to hold on to body heat during their 60-meter descent to the Morel's bow section. The wreck has been on the bottom for over 40 years, preserved by the cold freshwater.
There's always a different feeling knowing you're diving on a wreck where there still could be bodies inside. We need to see the fracture point, but can't forget that this is a graveyard.
On the surface, Hale holds the guideline tied to the Morel. His first physical connection to the ship in over 40 years.
Fear is a terrible thing. It drives you to places you don't want to be, you know, in your mind. Just imagine all of a sudden this turning into a raging sea. Just totally unbelievable.
A late autumn storm on these lakes is called the Witch of November. Temperatures can drop below freezing, winds can reach hurricane force, and freak waves can exceed 16 meters. When the cauldron is stirred, no ship is safe. The Edmund Fitzgerald was the largest ship ever to lose its battle against the witch.
When the Edmund Fitzgerald sank, it's like my ship sank all over. I went through all these same emotions. There were times that I would think about it and it'd just bring a shiver to me, thinking of those guys in the cold and my concern for them.
The Fitzgerald lies 160 meters below surface, a gravesite where diving is forbidden. But her bell was recovered, and every year it tolls for the men of that ship, once for every lost soul. On the afternoon of Sunday, November 9th, 1975, the freighter set sail from Burlington Northern Railroad dock in Superior, Wisconsin. There were 29 men aboard, fathers, sons, and husbands. The freighter was loaded with taconite, reddish-brown pellets of low-grade iron ore. It was headed for the steel mills of Detroit, a journey of over 1,000 kilometers that would take around 47 hours. Loading had gone smoothly, and by early afternoon, the crew was clamping closed the 21 cargo hatches. Bruce Lee Hudson was one of the men whose job was to clamp down the hatches that day. He'd been a crewman on the Edmund Fitzgerald for over 7 months. He loved shipboard life so much, he was thinking of signing up as a cadet at the Great Lakes Maritime Academy. Bruce was an only child. His family heard about the tragedy from a newscast. Nine years earlier, Dennis Hale had also been a 20-something crewman on a Great Lakes freighter, the Morel, a ship split in two by the witch's fury. Today, the lake is calm. 60 meters below, the Fletchers search for the breakpoint where the Morel broke in half on the lake's surface. They look for key signs of structural damage to compare to the Edmund Fitzgerald, as they investigate if that ship also broke up on the surface. They examine the torn steel and twisted decking at the breakpoint of the Morel, ripped apart at her cargo holds near the center of the ship. It's roughly the same place that the Fitzgerald broke into.
It's shocking that the power of the waves during the winter storm was able to split the Morel right in half, and do it while she was running on the surface.
Well, Dennis, I know I'm nowhere near as cold as you were, but I'm cold.
At one point I was wondering whether I wanted to stay down and finish my decompression or just come out and face the consequences. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal down there.
To look at her on the bottom today, you don't get the sense that that boat broke in half in a storm.
No, well, the only part that really gets damaged is the center, though.
Yeah.
The last I saw of her, the steering pole was out of the water.
The last chapter of the Morel is known only because of Dennis Hale. There were no survivors from the Fitzgerald. She went down with all hands. Diving on her is prohibited, protected by law with a $1 million fine for anyone who breaks it. But the men's families still grieve. And many of them are reluctant to talk to outsiders. One man believes he knows why. Raymond Ramsey is one of the few surviving members of the team that designed and built the Edmund Fitzgerald. He says families of the victims were offered a cash settlement, not to sue.
The idea was to hush up these people, and they will not go and try and make for a big claim with the owners of the ship.
It's all about go, go, go. Was that the case with these big ships?
And no, 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 when it comes to spending a lot of money on maintenance. I arrived just when the Chaldy Bradley went down. And there were other ships in that history, Morel, you name it. Mm-hmm. And I said, doesn't anyone get concerned these ships may not be strong enough? His answer to me was, don't worry about it. Not once was there mention of the human life. And that bothered me.
The official U.S. Coast Guard inquiry concluded that cargo hatches had not been closed properly, allowing massive amounts of water to flood the Fitzgerald's hold and sink her, a controversial finding that effectively blamed the crew.
So I guess these just go on. I was thinking they actually bolted them down, but they probably go on and then snap closed like this.
The crew of the Edmund Fitzgerald would have been knowingly risking their own lives by not fastening the hatches. So the team want to know what today's Great Lakes sailors believe. Captain Brandon Durant has spent much of his 15-year career on Lake Superior.
As far as them finding that the hatches weren't dogged down properly, you don't head into any storm without even sending people around to redog the hatches or to check it.
As the Fitzgerald left harbor on November the 9th, the water was calm. Storms were forecast for the following day, But Superior is so big, she's like an inland ocean. And every captain knows she makes her own weather.
November's the worst month.
Do you have days where you just don't go?
You are at times under pressure to move and to maximize profit. You are pressured that seasickness of certain people shouldn't be a factor, or you are under pressure with which to make the millionaires their money. But then you're also pressured that in doing that, you have to protect their assets and their people here.
This freighter is the same type as the Fitzgerald and carrying the same cargo, iron ore. Today, she's sailing some of the same waters. Her sonar reveals they are directly over the wreck.
So we're really close to the Fitzgerald right now.
Correct.
Wow, kind of a weird feeling.
Yeah, within 500 feet.
500 feet between you and that ship.
Definitely a good thing to respect the family and the guys that are down there.
At 7 a.m. on Monday, November 10th, 1975, the Fitzgerald was close to the center of Lake Superior. She was 17 hours into her journey, a third of the way. But the storm was taking hold. They were just 12 hours away from tragedy. Ransom E. Cundy was one of 3 watchmen aboard. He was a father of 2 daughters, one of whom had been killed just the year before. The death had affected him badly. The man who had been a joker and prankster was now sad and withdrawn. Ransom could not swim a stroke. He said that if his ship went down, he would go to the bottom with her. The Fitzgerald was carrying over 26,000 tons of iron ore, roughly 15% more than her original design specs. Loading rules had been relaxed over the years. Great Lakes freighters were allowed to load deeper, making them more vulnerable in the high seas of autumn. Raymond Ramsey, one of the Fitzgerald's original designers, believes this was a contributing factor.
The load line rules were changed to allow the ship to load deeper. And she was allowed to go down about another 4 feet in order to carry more cargo. Even the 2 latest captains did say the ship handled differently. Well, of course it did. It was 4 feet further in the water.
Strict regulations govern freeboard. The height a fully loaded ship must sit above the waterline. Easing of these rules meant the Fitzgerald went on her final journey with 3,600 tons of additional weight. She was sailing a meter lower in the water than on her first outing 17 years before. The extra water washing over her added stress to her hull. She was designed to bend, but there were limits. As the ship moved through the waves, she became less able to recover from the rolling and rocking forces of stormy seas. And there's another reason why the storm hit the Fitzgerald so hard. The Calumet is also a Great Lakes freighter. She's being cut up for scrap at an Ontario salvage yard, which gives the Fletchers a chance to examine her guts.
The Fitzgerald was 100 feet longer than this ship approximately, and 10 feet wider, and I believe 5 or 6 feet higher.
During loading, it's critical that freighters are kept level in the water. If the cargo weight is not evenly spread, the ship could list. The Fitzgerald's load was distributed over 3 massive holds, each one the height of a 3-story building. But even properly loaded cargo can shift, triggering a list, while the ship is running low and unstable in stormy waters. And the Fitzgerald, loaded to the max, was being battered by waves. This giant cross-section shows how the Fitzgerald's internal structure could have made her even more unstable and vulnerable in a storm.
These ships have what's called a center line bulkhead. Right in the very center of the ship is a solid bulkhead, a solid steel wall that keeps water on one side of the ship or the other. It can only go as far as that center line bulkhead unless there was a leak in the bulkhead.
So if the water's on that side, obviously she's going to tip this way.
Correct.
And it's stopped from flooding from that side by a bulkhead underneath here.
That's right. In the case of the Fitzgerald, with the drain in the center, you can see how, if this ship begins to list, how much water a ship could take on.
Yeah,
Let's draw one listing over to the side. Look how much water it could take on before it gets to the drain.
Right.
And in the case of the Fitzgerald, we know from the communications from the captain that the ship couldn't get rid of its water that it had taken into the cargo holds.
So on a ship this size, that amount of water could be even hundreds or even thousands of tons, right?
It would be thousands of tons,
Yeah.
yes.
Just 1 cubic meter of water weighs a ton. And the storm-tossed seas of Superior were raining down on the Fitzgerald the night she sank. The findings of the official inquiry attributed her sinking to a massive flooding of the cargo hold. But it went further to suggest that ineffective hatch closures were to blame, and the crew at fault. Michael Eugene Armagast was the Fitzgerald's third mate. He was a good husband, 37 years old when he lost his life. The Fitzgerald was setting sail as his wife and young children arrived to surprise him and wave him off. They called to the ship's cook, who told them Mike was below deck resting before his shift. They never saw him again. His family say it is impossible the crew failed to secure the hatches. The relatives aren't the only ones who reject the inquiry's finding. The Fletchers are among the skeptics, but they want to test if open hatch catches alone could have doomed the ship. Marian Grzebowski is a naval architect in Ontario. He has evaluated cargo hatches on freighters for more than 20 years and helped set the industry standards.
Okay, Nick, let her rip.
Let's bring on the water.
Cargo ships sailing the Great Lakes must be safety inspected every year. The Fitzgerald's last inspection was October 31st, 1975, 10 days before she sank. Water pressure is adjusted to match the force created by 8-meter waves that the official report said the Fitzgerald encountered. The ship they're testing today is similar in structure, so the test should reveal how the hatch covers coped with the storm.
The clamp style is the same, the actual physical type of hatch cover is the same as Fitzgerald, so it's a fair comparison.
It's fair comparison, yes.
Okay, so stand by, water, here she comes.
Warren, did you see any water coming through the middle of the hatch?
Negative. I haven't seen any water yet.
There is one clamp which is open, so we'll see if water is leaking through there.
We're gonna see water. It should come in right here.
And the water?
Negative. Yeah, definitely a small amount of water came through.
We sprayed for half a minute and you got enough water that's about the equivalent as the amount of cream you put in a coffee.
A couple tablespoons, not a couple teaspoons, but a couple tablespoons.
Let's say layers are gonna sink a ship this size.
Not unless it was getting sprayed like that for a few months or a year.
Let's ramp it up. Let's take every other clamp off and see what happens.
So
I'll grab the tool.
The team want to see if the hatch can still do its job if a ship's crew left half the clamps undone.
I don't think we'll get a ton of water coming through, but I think there will be a bit. There we go. We got a little bit of a squirt coming through there now.
is it coming more than before?
I'd say at least double, maybe 3 or 4 times as much as before.
We've taken every other clamp off. We've got the equivalent of 25-foot wave applied directly at the opening on the hatch cover. What's the most water that you saw come out?
Maybe at the worst, a liter a minute.
Generally, as the waves were breaking on the deck, they were breaking like down here, right? So that means they wouldn't even affect us. We've gone to a huge extreme and we've put the wave way up there.
Which means that we actually compressed the gasket with 3 meters of water head.
Right, which means it's only pushing it down
It's
more,
pushing down.
which is the equivalent of putting more clamps on.
Yes.
I'm not buying the idea that the Fitzgerald sank just because water got in through closed hatch cover.
It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Hey, War. Nice glasses.
You like those?
Yeah.
Yeah, where are yours? I hope the Ministry of Labor comes give you a big fine.
You were too young to remember, but in fact you weren't born yet, but I remember the day the Fitz sank. I remember, you know, the mood of the people when they heard about a giant, what we considered modern lake freighter that sank because of a storm on Lake Superior. We didn't think that was even possible anymore.
Yeah.
Of course, this footage looked at the wreck. It was really hard to see anything in it.
When the official inquiry was held into the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald, the only wreck footage available was low grade and grainy. But the team have accessed 8 hours of high-definition footage filmed in the 1990s, and they want an expert opinion on what it reveals. The Fletchers analyzed video of the Fitzgerald with Claude Daly, a specialist in the structure of ships.
You can really see the structural breaks. This is way better resolution quality. And this taken in the 90s, there's been no formal investigation since this was taken.
The forensic video clearly shows the damage sustained by the Fitzgerald. Daly wants to look at the cargo holds where the freighter broke apart.
And look at that, it's just totally...
It's completely shredded.
Mangled, yeah.
It's like no man's land.
I didn't realize just how severe the damage was in between the two sections.
Look on here now. You see that scallop effect? That's not a modern way of putting together steel. They thought at the time that this was reasonable, but we know now that that leaves a flaw at every one of those welds. It's a place for fracture to start. You wouldn't build a ship that way today.
The welds create a weakness in the hull that could lead to cracking if overstressed. It adds weight to the theory of a surface breakup.
We've got to look at that kind of evidence to try and figure out, did that happen on the surface or did it happen on the bottom of Lake Superior?
My problem with thinking that the damage happened on the bottom, I can see a big crack happening in a vessel that goes down to the bottom as one piece and then hits and cracks. Okay, fine. But how do you get that much damage? Whereas I'm thinking if it's still on the surface when the crack happens and it's working now, right? The waves, another wave, and it's working and it's, it's grinding away. There has to be some reason for that. I mean, it wasn't an explosion. It was natural, wave forces and stresses that tore all that apart.
The evidence suggests an extraordinary outside force broke the Fitzgerald apart, not cargo hatches leaking through human error. Dennis Hale was in the bow of another Great Lakes freighter, the Morel, when she broke in half on the surface. He could hear the sound of breaking metal above the ship's alarms.
The noise that night was unbelievable. The wind was going through the wires. You could hear the sound of steam escaping, and the engines just, you could hear them laboring. I heard a noise towards the stern, and I looked, and the main deck was starting to tear. It was tearing real slow like a piece of paper, and the next thing I knew, I was in the water.
Hale paints an eerie image of the scene he witnessed on that storm-tossed lake. As the power went out on the bow, he watched the ship's stern steaming away into the night with her lights blazing. It was 13 years before both halves of his ship were found. They were more than 8 kilometers apart.
Like, imagine this crazy thing sticking up out of the water. Land isn't all that far away from here, and there is a lighthouse. So,
yeah.
And if you think about it, where the bow sank, relative to where the stern sank, it's in a line towards that lighthouse.
It's hard to even imagine what would have been going through people's minds in that point, I know these guys at least had a fighting chance. Half of the ship was afloat and they had power and everything, but the guys in the Fitzgerald, I don't think they were that lucky.
A ship is a complex structure that fits together like a human skeleton, and each side of the breakpoint offers clues to its cause. The team prepare for a second dive on the Morel. This time they're diving on her stern to investigate the breakpoint damage at the other side. to see how it compares to what can be seen on the Fitzgerald footage taken in the 1990s. They start their search at the Morell's cargo holds, where this ship ruptured just like the Fitzgerald.
You can see the twisted metal and appreciate the forces that must have been exerted on this ship as she came apart. And the damage here is actually more defined than it was at the bow.
The team notice an open hatch. It leads down to the engine room. Mike finds the ship's telegraph, a communication hotline from the stern to the pilot house on the bow. It's stuck beyond full reverse, supporting their theory that after the Morell snapped in two, the crew left in the stern may have tried to power her toward land in the hope of surviving. The Fletchers move through the engine room's maze of pipes, being careful not to get trapped in the debris. Then, high above the ship's waterline, they discover massive damage. The rear ladders and smokestack are twisted, crushed, and dented. It looks like wave damage, but this is 20 meters above the ship's safe waterline. The height of this evidence suggests gigantic waves smashed down on the stern of the ship. It's a clue that reveals the massive trauma waves can cause to ships as big as a Great Lakes freighter. Trauma they can now look for in the forensic footage of the Fitzgerald.
Well, there's a lot of clues on the bow of the Edmund Fitzgerald here. This is the wheelhouse. This was way above the waterline.
But still a lot of damage for being way above the waterline.
A good deal. This visor over the on the front of the wheelhouse, it would have taken a considerable amount of impact from something. The reported wave conditions at around 25 feet would be really challenging for this vessel. But if there was some more extreme version, you know, if there was a really large wave that came by, some rogue wave, then this kind of bow and side damage might well have been caused by a wave impact on the surface.
Rogue waves. They were once dismissed as sailors' myths. Now they're blamed as a major cause of shipwrecks around the world. On the Great Lakes, rogue waves can tower over 17 meters high. They're unpredictable and can come from unexpected directions. Some scientists believe they are born when a series of waves traveling at different speeds and directions sync up, merging into a gigantic wall of water. Could a freak wave have sunk the Fitzgerald? Tom Hultquist is a weather scientist, a specialist who has evidence for the Fletchers about rogue waves on the Great Lakes.
Well, rogue waves exist, and they're actually defined by waves that are at least 2.2 times the significant wave height, which in this case, with significant waves of 25 feet, you'd be talking 55 feet for a rogue wave, so extremely significant.
Hultquist uses computer weather prediction models to reanalyze the storm that hit the Fitzgerald in November 1975. His study uses simulations and computer modeling and tracks warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico that collides with a mass of icy Arctic air. It reveals a perfect storm with hurricane-force winds and giant waves that sweep across Lake Superior.
What ended up happening is as they got into this eastern part of the lake here, the winds really shifted around more to the west and the northwest, so it had all of this space of Lake Superior over which to generate waves.
So they were just really in the wrong place at the wrong time and wrong course. Everything was working against them.
Yeah, the Fitzgerald couldn't have found itself in a worse location at a worse time.
Storms can create much larger waves over long, open stretches of water. On Lake Superior, the wind can blow uninterrupted for more than 300 kilometers.
It was a beast of a storm. It was something that doesn't happen very often. They could have encountered a very significant wave beyond perhaps what some of the other boats out there saw.
By midday, the storm is behaving like a tropical hurricane. As the storm takes hold, the Fitzgerald changes course and heads towards the Canadian shore, seeking shelter from the winds. The Arthur M. Anderson, another bulk freighter following the Fitzgerald on the lake, does the same. The storm is now whipping up the entire lake. The sky is low, gray, and waves are picking up strength and speed. Waves towering as high as 11 meters crash over the Anderson's pilot house. Then the waves move on, chasing the Fitzgerald across the lake. Bernie Cooper, who died in 1993, was the Anderson's captain.
Those two seas were the biggest that we ever had going down there. And it happened about 6:30 in the evening. And I just wonder if those two seas didn't catch up with the Fitzgerald. I just got to thinking about it afterwards. If those seas were that big, they rolled up his deck and was going to put his bow down under the water.
Ernest Michael McSorley was master of the Fitzgerald. He'd been married for many years. Once the youngest master on the Great Lakes, he's now 63 years old and much respected for his years of experience. By 6:30 p.m. on November 10th, his ship, the Edmund Fitzgerald, is fighting for her life. Water is pouring into her ballast tanks, causing her to list. She's lost both radar antennae. It's dark, there's no sky, just violent winds and swamping waves. But the shelter of the Canadian shore is still more than an hour away. At 7:10 with screaming winds and tons of water pounding her decks, the Fitzgerald has her last radio contact with the Anderson. We are holding our own. 10 minutes later, she is no longer visible and cannot be raised on her radio telephone. At 7:30, the storm begins to wane. One of the most sophisticated wave-generating tanks in the world is in the seafaring port of St. John's, Newfoundland. It belongs to the Canadian National Research Council's Institute for Ocean Technology. Navies and commercial shipping lines use it to test ship designs of the future. But today, the tank, containing 5 million liters of water, is being used to look into the past, to evaluate what happened to the Edmund Fitzgerald. It's a scientific first, an experiment never undertaken here before. A scale model of the Fitzgerald is weighted to replicate the specific condition of the freighter as she battled the storm.
Well, we know the Fitzgerald was already in trouble. It was listing, had some damage on the deck. They had lost some deck vents, and they were taking on water already. Yeah. So a ship that's already heavily laden with cargo, unstable, listing with these giant waves, that's a lot for an old ship to take.
Data from the NOAA scientists' recent weather study will be used to replicate the storm. The test will create the entire spectrum of waves that were possible on that night, including a rogue wave. They set up a high-speed camera to record what happens, and Warren sets up below the surface to capture the impact from beneath. Bruce Colburn is a naval architect who has studied waves and their impact on ships for more than 15 years.
You'll see some big waves, some small waves, and it all depends on how the various components add together.
52 hydraulic underwater paddles, synchronized with the computer data, generate the waves.
A rogue wave is essentially a statistical fluke that occurs when you get an unusual combination of waves that appear in one place. And they all add together, and you get an extraordinarily large wave.
And pure science and math and physics tells us that that will happen.
That's right. Statistically, that should happen.
The test replicates the range of wave heights the Edmund Fitzgerald actually encountered during her final hours. Running 20% lower in the water, the Fitzgerald would have been swamped by even the storm's smaller 8-meter waves, stressing her hull to its limits.
You can see a lot of the waves are coming up over the deck here, and we know that there were damaged ballast vents and things, so there's definitely going to be a lot of water getting into the hull.
But data from the NOAA team says a wave towering 17 meters or higher could have struck the Fitzgerald.
So let's make it happen.
That's okay.
big one.
There's our rogue wave.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
That was pretty washed over. That's right, yeah.
There, the whole boat was
Yeah,
awash.
that pretty
there.
well washed it from one end to the other.
High-speed footage shows the rogue wave in all its deadly power. It towers over the stern of the ship, striking high on the pilot house, an impact that would cause damage the Fletchers saw in the HD footage of the Fitzgerald.
Here's a big one.
Here it comes.
Look at that. Picks the stern right up,
Yeah.
rolls right across the whole deck, and then just shoves the bow right under. Look at that.
Woo, yeah.
Just jam the wheelhouse straight under.
Right.
These ships, they're designed to take big seas. They know there's going to be big storms up there, but are they designed to take that freak, 1 in a million rogue wave?
The team have seen what the waves likely did to the Fitzgerald on the night she sank. Next, they plan to apply their data to the ship itself, using a unique machine. The Fletchers are on board a $17 million marine simulator. It's one of just 2 such simulators in the world, and the only one with hydraulic motion. Here in Newfoundland, they can accurately replicate the conditions on the Fitzgerald's bridge the night she went down.
When we got the data for the Fitzgerald itself, the lines, plans, the engine arrangement, the weather model, we were really keen on recreating the realism of every event.
It's the first time this system is being used to investigate a marine accident.
For all intents and purposes, you will be on board the Edmund Fitzgerald. Well, we're going to feel a gentle lifting now as the unit rises up on its hydraulic legs.
There it goes.
The ship's simulator weighs roughly 25 tons. Its hydraulics are mounted on a 6-degree motion base to precisely imitate the movement of the vessel through the storm. 3D projectors display a 360-degree view from the bridge. It holds more than 30 people, one of the largest simulators of its kind in the world, and processes massive amounts of complex data to create an ocean environment.
This is typical of what you would find steaming along in about a 2 to 3 foot sea. That's right.
Yeah. You're not going to feel much in a big ship.
No,
like this
you're
in a
not. You
small
don't feel
sea.
very much. Heavily laden and deep in the water. This is a typical experience. Jim, if we can pick up the sea state now, we'd increase some of the wind as well.
The simulator also provides views from outside. This allows the Fletchers to see the effects of the storm on the entire ship.
And with that kind of a load of iron ore on board, the vessel would have set pretty low in the water.
One thing I'm really noticing is just how the waves are stretching out over the length of the ship. You got one wave at the front and one wave at the back, and man, that would put a lot of force in the middle of the ship.
We've got to look at that kind of evidence. Completely shredded. You're getting water that's covering the vents into the tanks. And we're twisting.
And we're twisting.
Yeah, you can feel the boat twist. Certainly, the hatch covers have to be doing their job or you're in trouble. The broaching seas on deck, a lot of force breaking off anything that's not really well secured.
And we got to think that the Fitz was seeing at least 10-meter waves that night. Not all 10 meters, but the odd one would definitely be that.
With still the possibility that there was the odd freak or rogue wave.
Jim, can we get the maximum sustained wind speed?
Vessels reported wind speeds of 160 kilometers an hour, hurricane force, creating the perfect conditions for a rogue wave.
Here's the big one. You look at it, Ward, it's coming right through the back windows.
That would have engulfed the entire bridge.
Yeah, that'd have taken the back windows out.
Wow, feel that. You can feel we just pitched deeply that time. Yeah. There's your wall of water now.
Oh yeah.
Right. Now this would be very near the end of the Fitzgerald, right here.
We
just felt that. We were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Right, that was a really great one.
A giant wall of water, 17 meters high, strikes the ship, smashing the deck and driving the pilot house underwater.
It's a lot of forces, a lot of things are going on here right now.
I could see where that would easily snap a ship like this in half.
That would have been it.
Yeah.
No ship would survive.
The Edmund Fitzgerald was beaten and battered by a November storm on Lake Superior. She took nearly a year to build, but just one day to destroy. On Monday, November 10th, 1975, she was rocked by violent winds and pounded by waves, dipping and lurching until the foundering ship was likely overwhelmed by a gigantic freak wave. A massive wall of water that bent and twisted her steel like a paperclip, shredding 61 meters of her hull. She was the largest vessel ever to lose a battle against the Witch of November. An invincible Titanic, lost along with 29 souls.
The lake, it is said, never gives up her dead when the skies of November turn gloomy. With a load of iron ore, 26,000 tons more than the Edmund Fitzgerald weighed empty.
In the dangerous waters near the South China Sea,
Come on, guys, help us!
2 American submarines vanished during the Second World War.
You might want to take a look at this. Clearly is a shipwreck.
Guided by a survivor's tale.
We hit the mine. The submarine flyer was lost.
And a deathbed revelation.
We had people report different shipwreck sites if somebody came up with a sketch.
Father and son diver explorers Mike and Warren Fletcher scour the depths.
That looks awfully like a submarine.
Searching for the wreckage of the lost submarines. The South China Sea. Modern-day pirates make these waters among the most treacherous in the world. But 65 years ago, the threat was much greater. World War II was playing out in the Pacific. In 1944, 2 U.S. submarines hunting Japanese convoys disappeared here, less than a month apart. The USS Robelo and the USS Flyer. Each sub was 95 meters long, with over 80 sailors on board. Both miraculously had survivors, but the wrecks have yet to be found. Now, Mike and Warren Fletcher want to find the submarines and discover why they sank.
It's always a bit of a scramble to get on board, get all the gear set up, and make sure everything arrived and everything's working.
Whenever you set out on an expedition like this, if you don't prepare for the unexpected, you're going to be disappointed. When we finally get our chance to dive, we have to be prepared to dive in extreme, deep conditions.
The investigation begins here in the Balabac Strait in the Philippines, near the last known locations for the submarines. The search will cover more than 250 square kilometers, including towering underwater cliffs that drop to depths of 200 meters.
Both the Robelo and the Flyer were supposed to go through this route because it's deep water and it's very difficult to put mines in deep water. And if they were on the route that they were supposed to be, there's no way that they should have been up there.
Official records of the Robelo's last position are inconsistent. 4 men are believed to have survived the sinking, but none made it home to tell their story. It was different for the Flyer. 15 men made it off the submarine, but 8 survived the swim to shore. The search team also includes Steve Jacobson. Steve's father, Al, was the last surviving member of the Flyer crew. Al had a lifelong obsession with discovering the precise cause of the sinking and finding the Flyer's final resting place.
I think that is Bayan. This is Gabon.
Steve brings his dad's taped memoirs and the Navy's official investigation report to help locate the Flyer.
I'm not a diver, and I know very little about diving, and it's quite dangerous down there, so it's exciting.
Steve has a passion for understanding this story,
and he really, really wants to see the submarine found.
On the night of Sunday, August the 13th, 1944, Steve Jacobson's dad was on watch duty on the aft deck of the USS Flyer.
We went to battle stations. We went to what we call semi-submerged. In other words, there was just a little of the submarine. The conning tower and the deck was just out of water.
An explosion rocked his sub.
You didn't have any time to think or question what happened. I mean, it wasn't a case of, I got to think about what happened or well, what I'm going to do about it, because you were swimming. I mean, you can't imagine.
71 men lost their lives. Al Jacobson was blown clear, ending up in the water along with 14 others.
The boat was going right straight down. The only thing I could think of it is that propellers coming around. Okay, so I swam to the surface as fast as I could, because I could just see those big propellers just coming by.
He spent 18 hours in the water before he reached land. Al died in 2008, not long after he taped these memoirs.
He very much wanted this story to be told. He was trying to find a way to get the story told.
The Fletchers call on a global network of contacts to help trace the submarines. One of them is Marlon Acosta, a Filipino diver. Marlon has found a local fisherman, Toto Usasi, who has information for the team. Toto has spent years working these waters and has spotted mysterious wreckage 30 meters below the surface. He believes it could be a submarine.
A lot of great shipwrecks have been found by fishermen. I trust fishermen. I really rely a lot, and have in the past, on their insights and their knowledge about the sea. So I'm anxious to see what it is they've found.
Toto fishes using a technique known as hookah diving. He takes his air from an everyday plastic hose attached to the kind of compressor the Fletchers would have on their farm tractor. The team's dive coordinator, Frank Doyle, has tried hookah diving himself.
Right, this guy is a bit more professional than most. He's got a mask. Normally you see the guys that have got a pair of wooden goggles with a little strap and some nylon holding them together.
Really, even their goggles are homemade.
Yeah.
Their flippers are homemade too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
looks like he's
a piece of plywood.
He's gone for some plastic, this guy, or painted plywood.
It's still really something to see these guys work.
No, it is. It's amazing. No volume tank, no reserve air, no emergency backup. Just a little scuba mask that looks like it's from the 1950s and some kind of air hose. God only knows what the pressure rating is or what it's even meant for. It's certainly not meant for breathing air.
The hookah equipment may be primitive, but these divers work at depths of well over 30 meters. Toto doesn't have charts or GPS, but he's a master of using familiar rock formations to guide him to the wreck.
Man, watching that guy swim around the bottom was something else. It's shocking when you look at the regulations and the rules that we have to follow for diving. To see how they dive here, it's just such an eye-opener.
Toto's search covers a lot of ground. He quickly swims ahead of the team, unencumbered by heavy tanks and equipment.
I'll try and get him to slow down. Personally, I just think this is a big rock. I think we should go back to where we were.
The search seems to be going around in circles. Just as they're ready to give up, Toto finds what he's looking for.
Okay, well, I got a giant piece of flat something that looks a lot like steel. Over. You might want to take a look at this. Clearly is a shipwreck.
Toto was right. The team searched for evidence to confirm that the wreckage is from a submarine. It's in the area where the Robolo and Flyer disappeared. The amount of coral growing on the wreck suggests this could be a match for a ship sunk in the 1940s. Mike takes a closer look to see if the steel could be deck or hull plating.
For First of all, look at this piece of plate right here. I don't know if you can get in close enough to see, but it does look like a sheet of steel. You see our guy up there? He's got a piece of wire rope, I think.
The rope appears to be attached to more wreckage.
Warren, if you come in here, you can see it's wire rope.
Storms can rip a wreck apart long after the incident that sunk it, scattering debris over a wide area and making identification difficult. They need to find a distinct piece of wreckage, so Mike signs the shape of a bow, hoping that Toto knows where it is. It appears he does. Mike is satisfied that he has found the bow. They head back to the surface to discuss what they've seen.
What do you think?
I don't think it's a submarine.
Yeah.
Or at least not the submarine.
No, I think it's very early vintage iron steel hull, right?
It's hard to say. It's pretty heavy duty though, whatever it is.
It is. I think it's steam era.
Think so?
Yeah, it's that old. It wouldn't have that much coral on it otherwise. Current was just starting to pick up there too. Definitely time to get out of the water.
A large gale is blowing in. The team must hurry back to the safety of the larger support ship. They can't hide their disappointment. Both had hoped the wreck was one of the missing subs.
It's frustrating. I find a lot of times when you get eyewitness accounts, they see something, they've heard a story their whole life, and they automatically associate this object with that story without really being objective about it.
They know that they're looking for two Gato-class subs, the U.S. Navy's war horses of the Pacific. Former U.S. Navy Lieutenant Tom Kimmel has a close connection to these fighting machines. His uncle was skipper of the Robolo.
I have to familiarize myself with what it's going to look like, but that's the length, that's the width, that's roughly what we're looking for. In terms of underwater fighting machine, Second World War, this Gato class, this was it.
To give you an idea of how significant the activity was of these submarines, 55%, over half of the losses by the Japanese, those losses were incurred by American submarines. There was no force in the war who contributed more to the successful prosecution of the war than the American submarine.
You have a personal connection to the Robolo and have a special interest in seeing it found.
Robolo was commanded by my dad's older brother, and they went out on war patrol. Whether my uncle survived the initial attack of on the Robolo is really unknown. By locating for certainty where Robolo might be, perhaps finally we could get the answer to some of these questions, and no one could be more interested in that than I am, Mike.
The subs were lost off the Philippines, Southeast Asia, a country that comprises over 7,000 islands in the Pacific Ocean. Marlon Acosta, the team's contact in the Philippines, is on Cauron Island. He's chasing a lead about the USS Robolo. A good friend of his may have some relevant information. Dennis Hunter, a diver and former U.S. Navy sailor, has lived here for 20 years. He's in the final stages of terminal cancer and wants to pass on what he knows about the Robolo before it's too late. The Fletchers hope Dennis's lead will help them pinpoint the location of the submarine.
Yeah, it was on the southwestern tip of Palawan Island. We had people coming up reporting different shipwreck sites and things like that. But somebody came up with a sketch of the Robalo, and we weren't looking for submarines or anything, so I just stored the information as always. The sketch the guy gave us, it says the Robalo, but he misspelled it.
Yeah, that's a Robalo.
And the hull number's incorrect. It shows it at a pretty good depth,
A fisherman selling information to Hunter drew this sketch to show where he believed the sub was lying. Dennis and the fisherman had kept secret the location in the Balabik Strait because wrecks are prized as rich fishing grounds and valued for salvage and treasure. The team speed toward the site. And Marlon gets news of his friend.
Hey, Marlon.
Yeah, I have a sad news. Very sad. One of my friend, Dennis Hunter, yeah, he's passed away.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm surprised to hear that he passed so suddenly.
I was really looking forward to meeting him. I'm sure he would have loved to have been here on this trip.
He's a good friend.
Yeah.
He's a very nice friend.
Dennis Hunter spent a life working on the water. He died at just 49. In the wake of his death, the team redoubled their efforts to find the missing subs. Dennis's coordinates provide the team with a search location. They bring in a side-scan sonar to zero in on their target. They tow the torpedo-shaped device behind the boat. Its sound waves pulse out, reflecting off surfaces on the sea floor. They capture a 150-meter area on either side. Hard objects like a sub's metal hull give off a strong echo, whereas flat, soft seabed absorbs more of the sound waves. Gradually, a high-quality image emerges, revealing what lies below. Jim Bradford is an expert in side-scan sonar. A former lieutenant commander, he spent 33 years in the Canadian Navy.
The water may be too deep in some spots. This is a lightweight system that we're carrying here, so we're going to be limited to how deep we can get and how deep we can image. We can get down probably an image comfortably to 200, 250 feet.
This is an extremely challenging location to side-scan. The sea bottom is hard and rocky and dotted with underwater cliffs. A metal object, even a sub, may not stand out on the hard and uneven bottom. They use GPS guidance to create a grid over the general target area, combing the seabed for wreckage. If there is a submarine in this rocky terrain, the side scan will help zero in on its location. It's risky dragging a $45,000 piece of technology through unfamiliar waters, and it's not long before there's an emergency. The seabed has unexpectedly bottomed out, and the sonar is headed straight for a rocky escarpment.
Pull her up! Pull it up!
Guys, pull hard! Pull hard! Pull for all your life!
Guys, put down the camera and help us, really! Come on, guys, help us! What's the altitude? Whoa!
It would take at least a week to get a replacement out to the team. If the side scan gets damaged, the expedition will be off. Then, as quickly as it started, the crisis is over. The ship passes into deeper waters, and the scanner is safe to tow again.
Okay, we can load her back up now, gently. Okay, out slow.
What we can do is we can set a line maybe 25 meters further to the west, back the other way, and then try coming in on that.
The sonar reveals the seabed on the screen. A mysterious shape captures their attention.
There's something. That's gotta be it. Yeah.
Would you say that's the best thing we've seen yet?
No, that's the best thing, definitely. So we think we have a target. Definitely the best thing we've seen so far. Hopefully we can narrow in a bit of a position, drop a buoy on it, and then we can try and go for a dive.
If you believe the accounts, this target could be the Robolo. It's in the right area, but we can't know for sure until we dive.
The depth is a serious challenge for this dive. This target is sitting on the seabed around 80 meters down. Oxygen can be poisonous when breathed under pressure at such depth, so the Fletchers need to switch gases during the dive. It means they aren't able to use communication-enabled masks. And because of the nitrogen that's building up in their bodies at this depth, they'll have only 25 minutes at the bottom to investigate.
In the distance, in the dark, the perfect shape of a ship is visible. It looks like a vessel on its side.
It's a solid shape covered in coral. We need to get a closer look.
Thick coral encrusts every surface, making positive identification a challenge. As the minutes tick by, they pore over the suspect shape, searching for evidence of the row below. 25 minutes passes fast. They head to the surface to share their findings.
It's a beautiful spot, and I can understand how they made the mistake, but it's a big rock.
I'm ready to say it's not a sub.
Yeah.
And there isn't one there.
No, I don't think so.
We know we went to the right spot, and what we found was a very large submarine-shaped rock. Hunting for the unknown, whether it's a shipwreck or anything lost, is a lot like playing cards. And at some point, you just got to know when it's time to fold your hand and move on.
The team suffer their second disappointment. The coordinates from Dennis Hunter did not deliver. Without that lead, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. A handful of men escaped the row below, but were captured by the Japanese. None of them made it back to reveal where their sub was sunk.
It's really tough because there are conflicting reports on where the ship sank, and it's really hard to figure out which piece of information to use to even begin to conduct a search. And it's really ironic, the fact that the row below kind of disappeared into history, along with the few survivors that did make it to shore.
The Fletchers head back to their support boat, ready to shift their investigation to the USS Flyer, the submarine that carried Steve Jacobson's father. Searching for the USS Flyer, the Fletchers turn to Al Jacobson's account of the sub's final moments.
We hit the mine. And of course, I couldn't figure out what was happening. The boat was going right straight down. I was in the water, sucked under. I swam to the surface as fast as I could. "15 people got off the submarine. The submarine Flyer was lost. Tragic situation. Anyway, we swam. I don't know, you'd say, what did you think about, or that? I can't say. All I can say is I repeated the 23rd Psalm so many times that I almost got to be funny, but I did.
Only 8 of the sailors survived the swim to shore. Al Jacobson spent the rest of his life determined to find out about his lost submarine.
Your dad seemed really sure that they had hit a mine. Like, there's absolutely no question in his mind. Well, whatever we find in the wreck, it will clearly tell us what exactly put it on the bottom.
And that was one of the main things he was interested in finding out, and why it would have been so valuable and or interesting for him to find out, hopefully, what we might find out, you know, with some evidence of, you know, was it a mine, and where actually did that mine hit.
Al Jacobson and his fellow survivors left detailed eyewitness accounts of where the flyer went down, and naval reports indicate the sub's last known coordinates.
The one thing that would stick in my mind if I was a guy was water depth. That would absolutely stick in my brain.
Well, and they also said land 18,000 yards ahead, which doesn't make sense on this heading.
Oh, okay, and I think this is all great, but at the end of all of this, do we not agree that we're still talking about the same search area when it comes to side scan sonar?
Yep.
The two sources reveal an unexpectedly small target area, about 3.5 square kilometers. But even this can take days to search.
We know it's in 41 fathoms according to your...
The seabed here drops to 200 meters, beyond the range of the team's side scan sonar.
Hey! Are you ready to launch it? Yeah, we're ready to go here now. Okay.
The team scans during daylight and passes the nights on board ship, anchored in the search area. Pirates present a constant danger in the dark isolation of the open seas.
That's why we got our security.
Yeah, pretty weird to think about pirates these days, but it happens.
Oh, for sure. Are we safe? Yes, sir. That's good.
3 guards on rotating shifts, armed with 2 M16s, 2 handguns, and 1 hand grenade, protect the hundreds of thousands of dollars of gear and the 25 souls on board. This scanning technique is like mowing a lawn. Precise to and fro tracks of sonar readings that image the seabed.
You can see the fish is at 24 meters depth at an altitude of 68 meters off the bottom. And this is just an uncluttered sand bottom. We expect it to be completely sandy all the way along.
Suddenly, a large shadow appears on the sonar image.
What is that?
This could be the team's very first look at the USS Flyer.
Well, that particular object measures approximately 90 meters in length, is about 8 meters across, and if you look at that shadow that you see sticking out there.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing. That looks awfully like a submarine to me. Is that real?
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Oh my goodness.
Let me be the first.
This is fantastic.
Well, and it's amazing to really see the conning tower standing up like that on a submarine. We've dove a lot of submarines that had never been dove before, and a lot of times the conning tower will be broken away because it wasn't really part of the pressure hull.
Unbelievable. I am so thrilled, I can't tell you.
I mean, it looks like a submarine, but is it the Flyer? The only way to know is to dive down there. We'll step.
Yeah, and there's so much that my father was interested in being able to see on the sub as you go around it. I mean, the thing that he always talked about was trying to identify where and if it was a mine that they hit. Was it on the starboard side?
The Fletchers have their target.
We can see a very distinctive side scan image. It's the right shape, the right dimension. If it's a Gato-class submarine, in my mind, it's going to be the Flyer. The big problem is this area is really known for nasty currents, and it's deep. It's really close to 100 meters to the bottom, and that's as deep as I've ever dove. It's right up there with the limits of our training.
The target spotted on the sonar is 100 meters down, but once they're there, Mike and Warren will have only 12 minutes to explore it. Deep dives like this push the limits of the human body. They each carry 4 tanks for the complex mixture of gases they need to breathe at different pressures. At these depths, they are at risk of oxygen poisoning and nitrogen buildup. So they each carry 90 kilograms of gas on their backs as they fight strong currents to reach the bottom. They experience vice-like pressure, 10 kilograms of force per square centimeter on their bodies. The 2mm neoprene wetsuits are compressed to less than a millimeter. all air is crushed out.
It really takes a long time to swim down 100 meters. As I get closer and closer to the bottom, I can see this shape forming in front of me.
On deck, Steve Jacobson waits to learn if the shape really is his father's sub. Hunting for a missing World War II submarine, the Fletchers descend to the bottom. A dark shape comes into focus.
Way off in the distance, I can see a shadowy outline. I'm full of that anticipation, thinking, this is going to be the flyer.
Immediately, I recognize the deck gun on the bow of the sub. It's got to be a Gato-class submarine. I can tell just the shape and the dimensions.
My feelings are balanced by the fact that you're essentially in a graveyard and only meters away from the graves of dozens of American sailors. I'm constantly drawn back to the relationship between Steve up above us and his deceased father.
They clearly are trying to identify the sub, but at the same time they're being very careful, recognizing that this is a grave site and it's something to be worked with very carefully as an archaeologist would work with it.
They discover the bow of the submarine is gone, back to the first bulkhead, possibly due to impact on the sea floor. They search deeper inside and find forward torpedo tubes stacked in 2 columns of 3, an exact match with Gato-class submarines. This is an important discovery, strongly suggesting it is the USS Flyer. They move along the sub and note the forward deck gun matches the Flyer's gun placement during her last mission. Then they see why this sub went down. Mike swims up to a massive hole ripped in the sub's side.
We could see a huge implosion point on the starboard side. As soon as I saw that, in my mind, we had found the Flyer.
The starboard side hull damage under the conning tower matches Al Jacobson's eyewitness report of the Flyer's last moments. They want to explore more, but they're out of time for this dive. They begin the slow process of ascent and decompression.
The gun, the conning tower.
Is it on an angle or pretty flat?
It's almost pretty flat. Right. Yeah, it's pretty flat.
Is the whole conning tower intact?
Yep, it's all there. Yeah, which is amazing. You don't see that very often. Okay. I only went to the bow for just a second, and I had to make it back.
We were trying hard to stay high in the wreck.
Yeah.
We didn't want to go right to the bottom if we could you help me.
Right. So the bow was gone, or it was
basically blown right apart. There are pieces of it there, but you can see that it's all blown apart. So
Gordon figured it's gone right to the first bulkhead.
When they came up after the first dive and started to describe some of those characteristics which my father had spoken about wanting to know about, you know, were there holes in the ship? It started to become more real that, you know, the sub was actually down there. I was trying to, you know, feel what my dad would have felt, you know, had he been here also, and I think he would have been elated. I know that the things that we've talked about that my dad was most interested in were the hatches and whether or not those were open. And in his mind, if they were open, it may have meant that men tried to get out. Right. And if they were closed, it meant maybe they didn't.
I did have a real tough question after the war. I'm not going to give his name, but one of the mother and sister of one of the officers just gave me a real tough time about why I didn't know what happened to him. Or maybe he's still alive, or why did we assume that he's dead? And it went down with us. It was very tough question to answer.
Well, yeah. I don't think Warren and I have ever investigated a story where there was such a close family emotional tie.
Well, you're seeing one single representative of a lot more people that have a huge vested interest in this, so.
Well, we get the sense of that. We get the sense of that from knowing you now and from the accounts that your father left.
Without the accounts of survivors like Al Jacobson, the flyer would not have been found. To survive, they swam 19 kilometers through treacherous waters to reach land. Using a homemade raft, they island hopped for 5 days in enemy-occupied territory before reaching safety on Bugsuck Island. Only 8 of the men who escaped the sinking survived the journey.
Some were injured. Anyway, we swam. We agreed nobody would help each other. We had another guy. For some reason, he couldn't swim on his stomach. He could only swim on his back, and he couldn't see. Well, we'd swim along, and this one time he got quite a ways from us as a group. So I went over to get him, and I said, "Phil, just rest and put your feet on my shoulder, and I'll push you back to it." Oh, God, he fought. He wouldn't think about it. And so we went back to the group, and less than an hour later, I was looking for him, and he was gone. He just swam off to one side and gave up. The big mistake we all made was we took all our clothes off. I took everything but my skivvy underwear off. We obviously swimming all day, we all got burned up pretty bad. Finally, when daylight came up, we did see the land, and we decided which island we're going to go to.
After 18 hours of swimming, they hoped to find sleep. They dug holes in the sand for shelter.
Night came, and believe me, that is the worst time of the day there is. We were cold. To try to keep warm, we buried ourselves in the sand, and you just prayed all the time for the daylight to come and get the sun to get you warmed up again. Went to bed. You couldn't sleep. So we tried to build a raft. We can call it a raft. There's a lot of bamboo around, just for something to hang on to.
The men survived 5 days with virtually no food and water in enemy territory before finding rescue at Brooks Point. Local resistance fighters led them to a radio where they contacted the Navy. A submarine was dispatched to collect them. Al Jacobson had always wondered about the fate of the flyer and the men who died with her. The Fletchers hope to find some answers for Al's son, Steve. They plan a dive to investigate the sub's escape hatches. Were they open or closed? Despite taking all precautions, the deep dives can still be punishing.
I wonder how many more 300-foot dives I have left. I'm ready to start dialing it back.
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy going that deep, really.
I'm getting to where I can't carry all the gear.
Not getting any younger.
I don't need to be reminded. We're good to go.
The team will once again have only 12 minutes to investigate the sub when they reach their target. A dive line attached to the wreck guides them down. The flyer sank while she was following a Japanese convoy. Her top decks would have been out of the water, with the hatches most likely closed. Normal operating procedure in dangerous waters. Six minutes into their dive, they locate a forward escape hatch. And it's open.
I know that Al Jacobson was really haunted almost by the fate of his fellow crew members, the guys that never made it to the surface, the guys that didn't get out of that sinking submarine. So for Warren and I to find that open hatch, in my mind, answered a lot of those questions.
This is more than just a ship, it's a grave site, and people died defending their country while on board this submarine. These guys were fighting for their lives, and right up until the last second, they were trying to get these hatches open and scramble to the surface. And just to think the number of men that must have died on this submarine, it's really a humbling feeling.
The Fletchers have 3 minutes left to explore the sub, looking for evidence that could categorically confirm it as the USS Flyer.
We've discovered submarines in the past, and the Flyer had a bit of a special place in my heart. Just the fact that Steve and his father Al were so adamant about finding the submarine and learning some of the little details about the story really made it rewarding for me to actually go down there and answer some of the questions that they've had for so long.
The sub is in the right place. It's evidently the right class of vessel, and the damage appears to be consistent with what happened to the Flyer, but no name or number is visible. Mike and Warren's 12 minutes of bottom time are up. They have to start the long process of ascent, stopping a dozen times at regular intervals to ensure the excess helium and nitrogen in their bloodstream releases at a safe and controlled rate.
If they're not careful with their decompression time, they can contract what is known as the bends, which can cause can have very serious consequences. Death is definitely one of them, but it's characterized by pain in the joints, kind of like a bad case of arthritis initially. Okay, divers are up.
Warren reaches the boat, but struggles to get on board. Something is wrong. Warren Fletcher has just ascended 100 meters and is displaying symptoms of the bends.
I'm feeling a little weirdness in this arm.
Are you okay, Warren?
Just weird, achy.
Mike calls in the ship's medic.
So what 120 over 90. Still in the normal blood pressure.
Breathing oxygen is the primary treatment for Warren's symptoms. Increasing the amount in his system counters the effects of the nitrogen buildup.
Swam around it.
Warren rests up and is able to join his dad to reveal their discovery to Steve.
Yeah, there you can see what's left. That's the forward hatch that your dad asked about. What it tells me is if the hatch is open, then at least that portion of the sub flooded. And the men that were trapped in there as it sank would have died quickly.
Okay.
As opposed to the fact that if that hatch were closed, there would be the possibility that air was trapped inside and took those men alive to the bottom, only to have a much slower and agonizing end.
So what would your father be thinking right now?
I'm sure he, would have a flood of thoughts and emotions going through him, both personal and, for his comrades that were lost.
It was amazing to be there with my dad and to be there with Steve, and knowing the relationship that he had with his father. It was really kind of sad for me to think that Steve's dad was so close to surviving to hear that the sub had been found.
It's in exactly the right spot. It's the right style and class of submarine. In my mind, it's a flyer, and to anyone who wants to look at the evidence, they can decide for themselves.
The U.S. Navy confirmed the discovery. The USS Flyer, lost August 13, 1944. Found for the first time by the dive detectives.
I don't know. Yes, I wondered why I was there. And there's no question about that. If I was given the privilege of surviving this, I'm a damn lucky guy to be alive, and I better do something to justify the fact that I'm alive, yes.
Saba Bank, a wild section of the Caribbean, notorious for rough seas, rich marine life, and drug smuggling.
They smuggle drugs, they smuggle people, everything.
Saba's authorities have made a rare discovery, a mysterious modern shipwreck. No one knows its name or how it got there.
Like they say, ships don't often give up their secrets easily, and this one's not.
Father and son divers and explorers Mike and Warren Fletcher have come to the remote island of Saba to battle the wild ocean.
Holy that was insane.
Their quest is to identify and tell the story of the ghost ship of Saba Bank. The volcanic island of Saba was settled by the Dutch nearly 400 years ago and was infamous as a refuge for pirates. Since then, its steep cliff faces and rocky coast have kept the tourists away. Offshore lies Saba Bank, a 2,000 square kilometer marine paradise, a great incubator of sea life in the Caribbean, and home to a ghost ship. The Dutch Navy accidentally discovered her May 12, 2006, during a mapping survey of the ocean floor. Sonar scans revealed a modern steel-hulled ship, approximately 100 meters long, resting on the bottom. On average, 110 large freighters are reported lost each year at sea. But in this age of international registries, GPS tracking, And shipping logs, only 1% go unaccounted for. The discovery of a large wreck with no identification, no record of a mayday call, and no sailors reported missing is simply unheard of.
It's like it just appeared on the ocean floor one day, and that just doesn't happen with modern ships. For Warren and I, the chance to solve a mystery like this is a remarkable opportunity.
Mike Fletcher meets with Jan Drost, a retired Dutch Navy officer and member of the St. Martin's Sea Rescue Unit. He's been investigating the ghost ship for 3 years, but has discovered nothing.
This is an unusual phenomenon. A modern, fairly modern ship, a big steel boat.
Big steel boat, over 300 feet.
Right.
Yeah.
It just appears out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, ships of this size, it's nearly impossible that they disappear. They have proper communication equipment. They are not dependable anymore from one small VHF transmitter. So it doesn't happen that a ship goes down without letting anybody know.
No.
It's impossible. And nobody knows anything about this ship. On Saba they know nothing about it. St. Martin knows nothing about it. I even searched in my files from the Coast Guard if there was a mayday, if there is received anything, and nothing. We know nothing about this ship. Nothing.
Drost has spent his career policing the waters around Saba, a hotspot for smuggling and criminal activity. One theory is the ship was involved in something illegal, which might explain why there is no record of it going missing.
Well, and hearing your experience with drug trafficking, I mean, it wouldn't be unusual for a freighter this big to be involved in contraband either.
No, that would not be strange. It is just outside U.S. territorial waters. That is a possibility. So it's a completely mystery, and I think you have something to investigate. And I would like to know the results as well.
Well, we'll work together on this. Whatever we find out, I'll be sure and pass it on.
Well, I would appreciate it if you keep me informed.
Could the massive freighter have been smuggling drugs just outside the reach of American law enforcement? Saba's authorities and people want answers. The dive detectives hope to provide them. The starting point in their quest is the ship itself. They will have to conduct dangerous penetration dives, scouring the compartments for a name or registration number. Armed with those clues, they can analyze shipping logs and marine reports in order to piece together the tale of the ghost ship.
We've explored lots of shipwrecks around the world, but this is going to be a difficult dive. Just getting to the wreck is a challenge. The condition on Saba Bank can be really choppy, and the weather can change in an instant.
Using the coordinates from the Dutch Navy, the team make the 42-kilometer trek through rough seas to the remote section of Saba Bank where the ghost ship lies. Saba is known to divers around the world, but few venture this far offshore. On the bank, huge waves converge from virtually every direction. Fierce squalls can appear without warning, and below the surface, it's a feeding ground for tiger and reef sharks. The many dangers have helped guard the secrets of the ghost ship. Members of Saba National Marine Park, Greg van Laake and Jan den Dulk, know all too well the perils of diving on the bank.
It's just the fact that we're so remote. We're 26 miles away from shore. You can't get rescued all that quick. That's what's going to be going on in the back of my mind today.
Dive boat captain Miles Nowak does his best to synchronize their path with the GPS coordinates. According to the Dutch Navy, the top of the wreck lies only 7 meters below the surface. It shouldn't be difficult to spot once the team are in the water.
It's going to be interesting, We've done a lot of this kind of stuff, and it never gets boring.
I'm in my focus mode, and it's important at some point to get there. You don't want to be scared, but then you don't want to be too cocky either.
Once they locate the wreck, their first task will be to secure the mooring line to the ship. This will mark the dive site and provide the Fletchers with a crucial lifeline to and from the surface.
I can't see it. I think we're off position, right?
The Fletchers are unable to locate the wreck. Instead, they're met by a school of reef sharks. Powerful hunters who have a reputation for unpredictable behavior.
gonna find it. We should get out of the water.
The surface current and churning waves have knocked the team off target.
Look out!
They have no choice but to struggle back to the dive boat. Weighed down with 2 extra large tanks and a camera, Warren is in danger of being crushed as the boat rises and falls in the swells.
I don't think this wreck wants to be discovered, man. That was insane.
Everybody okay?
I'm pretty whooped.
The team need a better plan to get a line on the wreck.
You not seen it on the sounder?
Not as of yet.
Mike helps Miles locate the target with the depth sounder. The depth sounder detects sound waves reflected off the bottom. This presents the team with a profile of the wreck and allows them to lock on to its exact position.
None of what we just experienced would have happened if it was a nice day on Saba Bank. You know, on a nice day, you get on the position, you look down, you see the wreck, you jump in with a rope and swim down and tie it on. It's why this wreck was so slow being found.
Visibility was perfect.
There we go. There we go. We're on it.
There we go.
There we are.
Ready?
The Fletchers need to mark the location of the wreck with a buoy. They head out into the rolling surf to position it near the site.
Miles, I'm getting a little nervous about this weather. It's getting really dirty back the way we gotta go, and this swell is picking up quite a bit. I think that we need to be out of here at 1 o'clock at the absolute latest.
Mike and Warren move the buoy into position. But with storm clouds threatening, they have just an hour to secure it to the wreck, or it will be dragged off target by the powerful current.
Well, we got time to do a quick job on it.
You want to dive down there?
It would be nice to come back and have a line in it, that's for sure.
You know, but then you got to go now.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's how it's gonna go. You go down, it's not there.
Come straight out.
Mike and Warren dive 36 meters to the bottom of the bank. Slowly, the massive steel freighter comes into view, sitting upright on the ocean floor.
Seeing a shipwreck for the first time is always a huge thrill. And my first impression was that she's an awfully large ship to have just gone missing and not have anyone come looking for her.
The team must move fast to gather as many clues as possible. They begin by searching the exterior of the 96-meter wreck, while Greg ties off the buoy line. The wreck is encrusted in thick coral and barnacles, concealing any identifying marks or a name that may be painted on the ship's hull. The dive detectives have permission to look and touch, but not alter. The site teems with marine life. Hawksbill turtles, nurse sharks, and barracuda have adopted the freighter. To their surprise, the team discover that the bow is completely severed. The ship has been torn apart. It's nothing like the Dutch Navy sonar images taken just 3 years earlier, when the ship was intact.
It's quite possible the wreck's been hit by a hurricane. Some have enough power to move entire wrecks across the bottom. A strong hurricane might have enough force to tear the freighter apart.
Time is running out, and the Fletchers must return to the surface. Warren looks back and catches a glimpse of something stashed deep inside the wreck's cargo hold. They're out of time, but the hold's contents could be an important clue to the ship's identity.
Intriguing. It looks like a wreck with lots of questions and no answers. we're past the first hurdle. It's a nice feeling to know that that line is now in the wreck. And if we get 2 days of bad weather, we can count on being able to get on the wreck and helping everybody here and save us solve the mystery.
Yeah.
The mysterious circumstances surrounding the ship's sinking suggest she could have been carrying something illegal. The area around Saba Bank is a major transport route for drugs moving north to the U.S. The next step is to find out what the locals know. Some Sabans suspect drugs were involved and want to find out just what happened in their own waters. Mike meets with Frank Granger, the first Saban notified of the mystery wreck.
I've never heard nothing about a ship, no survivors or anybody, no family members coming to look to find out anything about the missing ship. And the ship was almost likely by a company. The company lost the ship. The operators of that vessel should have known where it left and where it's going, you know.
Right, but none of that.
No, none of that. We never heard nothing that the ship was missing on our bank.
It almost smells like maybe there's a little underhanded skullduggery going on here. What do you think?
Well, it could be.
Well, we're going to do what we can to try and get some answers to these.
Yeah, that would be great. I would like to know for myself also.
Frank and many other Sabans want to know about the ghost ship, but because of the dangers surrounding smuggling, they have been cautious in their investigation.
Going on.
And I was thinking, well, I shouldn't maybe stick my neck out too far either. I mean, I don't want to get involved in something that maybe I shouldn't be in, you know. A lot of ships have got something on the manifest inside the ship's cargo hold or something else. That has been going on since the time ships start sailing the sea.
But it is the Wild West out there. There's a lot going on that people don't
Saba
want.
Bank has a lot of things going on that you wouldn't know about. Smugglers right back. Pirates, modern day pirates.
It's got a long day.
Piracy still going on. They smuggle drugs, they smuggle people, everything.
Each year, more than 200 metric tons of cocaine are seized in the Caribbean en route to the United States. The ship may have been sunk as part of a dangerous criminal enterprise. The Fletchers plan a challenging dive designed to access the ghost ship's cargo area and determine just what she was carrying. Critical clues to identifying the wreck.
You've got to remember that diving is the most crucial part of this expedition. Identifying the wreck has to come second. The most important thing is just not killing yourself down there.
They follow the buoy line down and head straight for the shattered holds. The wreck has settled lower into the sandy bottom beyond the ocean floor. In order to investigate the cargo, Warren must go beyond his planned depth. His air mixture allows him to safely dive to a depth of 36 meters. But now he must go deeper, a risky business at these depths. He propels himself down another 6 meters into the hold. Two massive and potentially unstable cranes tower dangerously above his head. His father watches from above, ready to help in an instant. He discovers large shipping bags. They are rock solid, a clue to their contents. Warren's efforts may provide the team with their first big break, but he may have put his life at risk. He's pushed himself beyond his planned dive depth, and despite adjusting his decompression stops, a rash appears on his chest.
I just came out of the water and I felt a bit of an itch there, which can be normal. You know, sometimes you get a little bit of coral or dust or sand or something in there, but once I pulled my suit off, I had this red kind of marbly texture or rash on my skin. It's the first indication of what we call a skin bend. And that's the telltale sign that you might be really kind of getting close to decompression sickness. It happens, and that's why we have the oxygen.
Breathing pure oxygen is Warren's first line of defense against developing full-blown decompression sickness, known as the bends. He must cleanse his blood of excess nitrogen, accumulated because he went deeper than he planned during the last dive. The bends can cause severe pain, paralysis, and even death. Warren can't risk going back down to the wreck, so Mike will have to continue the investigation alone.
Kind of feel weird going without you, War. The last 10 years, I don't think there's been too many times we haven't been in the water together.
The team have more than 7,000 cubic meters of freighter to search, so they have no time to waste. Mike must penetrate the wreck to search for clues. But exploring an unknown vessel is a risky task without Warren. If he gets lost or injured, there will be no one inside the wreck to help him. Mike enters the pilot house, near the highest point in the wreck. The control center for the ship. This is where the crew would have stood watch and piloted the vessel. Mike hunts for a ship's log, a critical document that could provide the ship's name and crew list. One wrong move in these tight spaces, and this maze of debris could trap him.
It's kind of a weird, tumultuous feeling. I don't know how to describe it. I love seeing what's going on down there, and I also love to be there with my dad in case if he has a problem and I can help him out. Me and my old man do have a weird relationship. We do lock horns quite a bit, but it comes right down to it, we're there for each other.
Due to the danger of searching alone, Mike limits his investigation to the pilot house. Frustratingly, there are few clues among the tangled wires and smashed control panel.
I'm not finding the typical machinery you associate with the pilot house. The steering wheel doesn't seem to be there. The pedestal that holds the steering wheel, none of that's there. And that's really got me wondering. Either it's been knocked down and lost in the clutter inside the cabins, or someone's been there ahead of us and has taken it.
Mike finds nothing useful in the ruins of the pilot house, and going deeper into the ship might increase his own risk of contracting the bends. Topside, the oxygen has worked, and Warren's skin bends have disappeared. But the day is cut short. It's too soon for Warren to dive again, and it's too dangerous for Mike to continue without him.
Like they say, ships don't often give up their secrets easily, and this one's not. Saba's making us work for everything we get.
The only clue the team have to the ship's identity are the big bags Warren found deep in the cargo hold. He and Mike believe they may contain cement gone rock hard on contact with the seawater. The next dive may uncover evidence of contraband cargo, but for now, the Fletchers follow up on their one solid lead. Warren meets with Saba quarry owner Ronnie Johnson to talk cement.
So is this a typical way that they would package up the cement to bring to the islands?
Yeah, this is the easiest way. As fast as they pack it like 45 bags to the pallet. Only now lately we got equipment to handle this sort of thing.
Okay.
But formerly it was manpower. 2 men to a bag, and that's the way we handle cement in those days.
So what point in history would they have switched from just manually loading each bag to doing something a little larger scale like this?
I'd say about 10, 15 years ago that when we got heavy equipment in, like loaders and forklifts and stuff like that, we went out to this. Formerly, like I said, we went with the smaller bags, so they was easier for the men to lift and handle.
Right.
Mike and Warren now have their first big clue, an age range for the wreck. The size of the bags in the cargo hold means there's a good chance the ghost ship sank sometime within the last 10 to 15 years. But the team needs more. Mike follows a hunch and heads down to the harbor. The local fishermen know these waters better than anyone and constantly monitor the emergency channels.
Are you Nikki? Yeah. Hi, I'm Mike.
Maybe someone heard a mysterious distress call within the last 10 to 15 years.
I know a few calls I've heard are probably possible.
Mike gets a break. Fisherman Nicky Johnson heard a distress call that may have a connection to the wreck. It was an SOS from a Spanish cargo ship to the French Coast Guard.
You actually heard a Mayday call?
Yeah.
10 years ago?
Oh, eight years ago.
Yeah?
They were saying that they were coming from Venezuela, bringing cargo. and they were taking on water, and they were going down, and then when the French Coast Guard asked where was the captain, and the guy who was on the radio told him that the captain had went downstairs to check on the problem that he were having, taking on water, and he slipped and hit his head, and he was down below. And a few minutes later, he called and he said the boat's going to get ready to go down. They're going to put the life raft in the water and get into it. And then after that, there was no more radio communication. I was hoping to see something in the newspaper that he had found the guys, but nothing ever came up. It went quiet, real quiet.
See, whenever I hear about a ship like this, immediately I think of insurance fraud, but nobody in their right mind is going to sink a ship, 120 feet when he can sink it in several thousand feet.
Yeah.
If you're going to do a fraud, you don't want the evidence to be found.
Correct.
So that's why, to me, it doesn't make any sense. The only other thing that makes sense to me is that there was somebody carrying some contraband, they got into trouble, it sank, and they all ran away. And they're hoping like heck nobody's ever going to put somebody's identity to that wreck.
I think so. I think it's something like that. I've heard a lot of boats go down, but no one ever finds them.
Nicky shared his Mayday story to help the team with their investigation. Now he asks a favor in return. He's an 18th generation Saban fisherman, but his way of life is under threat. A massive oil depot on the neighboring island of St. Eustatius draws hundreds of oil tankers from all over the world.
Man, that's a big ship. Wow.
Many of these ships drop their enormous anchors and chains, often causing irreparable damage to the bank.
And you can see the damage the anchor chain does just rubbing on the ship itself. Those big scrapes. Yeah.
Ships' anchors threaten huge tracts of marine life, and with it, the livelihood of fishermen like Nicky.
Destroying everything on the bottom that took years to grow. The tankers are very destructive to me and the Saba Bank.
When I listen to Nicky's story, I care for guys like Nicky. I hope guys like him, honest guys who are just trying to make an honest living, will have a future.
The Fletchers dive to investigate the damage the massive anchors are inflicting on the bank's sea life. The massive chain measures approximately 300 meters in length and weighs over 30 tons. It cuts a wide swath across the ocean floor. Mike examines a delicate yellow barrel sponge. Potentially half a century old, it has been toppled by the chain and cannot survive in an overturned position. They see firsthand the scars left behind as the anchor dragged across the ocean floor for 100 meters, destroying everything in its path before tearing into the seabed.
Seeing the anchor scars, I now understand how a Saban way of life and an essential part of their identity is in jeopardy.
Without protection, the beauty and diversity of Saba Bank will continue to be at risk. Early the next day, Mike and Warren get ready for the most challenging dive of all. They have searched the exterior of the wreck and explored the pilot house and cargo holds, but they still don't have enough evidence to identify the ship. Now, they penetrate the hatches and go deeper than ever into the wreck, searching the crew's quarters for personal effects, anything that might give them a name. They tread carefully through the smashed hallways and tight cabins, knowing that human remains may lie around the next corner. They traverse stairways and move through rooms, searching for ID tags, wallets, anything left behind by the crew that could tell them who sailed this ship and where it was headed.
As you swim through the wreck, you realize this was a vibrant ship not so long ago, with men and perhaps women walking the decks. I don't think they're there now. There's no solid evidence of something tangible that would help us identify an individual. Were they lost to the sea? Did they go down with the ship? We just don't know.
It's as if the ship's crew suddenly disappeared. It's possible their remains were consumed by the abundant marine life. The Fletchers continue to search through the passageways choked with wreckage. Warren makes a discovery that could be a clue to the missing crew. He's found a flag tangled within the stairway.
Oh, it's definitely a clue, Warren.
Oh, yeah.
No one on the team recognized the flag. It could be a courtesy flag, used by ships everywhere as a sign of respect when entering another nation's waters. Or it could represent the country under which the ship was registered. Either way, it may result in a breakthrough. Warren goes online, scanning through flags of the Caribbean, searching for a match.
Hey, there's one that looks like it. St. Vincent Grenadines. I don't think there's any question.
It is a huge break for the team. St. Vincent and the Grenadines might be the ship's home country.
It's a promising lead for us, but without a name, we're still searching for a needle in a haystack. We're gonna have to go deeper into the wreck.
The ship's engine room is the last part of the ghost ship to be explored. But the Fletchers will have to descend 5 stories into the heart of the wreck to find it.
Look for an engine builder's plate. Something often in the engine room will be a key as to the identity of the vessel.
Few divers would drop so far into a completely unknown wreck. But if they can find a name or serial number, they could crack the case wide open. The Fletchers will penetrate the ghost ship's engine room through a skylight in the stern and drop 17 meters. Working that deep in the ship with no communication to the surface, Mike and Warren will be entirely on their own. If anything goes wrong, no one will know until it's too late. They have no blueprints or ship's plans to guide them, only each other. They finally reach the engine room. A maze of narrow stairwells littered with smashed machinery, electrical cables, and broken pipes. Their own movements stir up years of debris, clouding their visibility. They work as fast as they can to allow enough time and air to retrace their steps in case they get lost in the wreckage. With time running out, Warren investigates one final corner of the engine room. And his efforts pay off.
I don't know if you noticed this, I found some writing.
It's on an electrical panel,
Yeah,
right?
you can see all the wires sticking out.
I think it's Russian.
It's gotta be. It's that crazy Russian alphabet. I wish I knew what it was called, but now this is odd because it's Russian at the bottom, and I'm not sure, but to me that looks a little bit like Polish. If you look really close right there, it says 1968.
It's stamped in there.
Yeah. So we're looking for a ship that sank, obviously, after 1968.
Right. So you think this is some sort of Admiralty inspection plate?
Or maybe the date that this panel was manufactured. I'm not sure. Depends where the ship is from, how often these things have to be inspected, and how they have to be certified, right?
But let's assume that this is a Eastern Bloc ship.
I think we can assume that for sure. Yeah.
The clues salvaged from the wreck are helpful. The ship was probably built in the 1960s, somewhere in Eastern Europe, and may have sunk within the last 10 to 15 years. But the Fletchers still need a name to piece together the story of the ghost ship. They believe their only option is to remove a section of coral and barnacle growth from the stern, in the hopes that the ship's name is still visible below. Mike finds Yonden Dulk, manager of Saba's National Marine Park, at work on one of the island's nature trails and seeks permission for the operation.
And as the manager of that area, do you have a problem with us getting a little aggressive when it comes to trying to uncover the name that's covered under a bit of marine growth?
I think You know, since the word got around this island, of course, there's lots of stories and people are vaguely remembering things they've heard.
Right.
So there's a lot of mystery about the wreck, and I think the people on this island would, you know, like to have that solved.
Permission granted. The Fletchers prepare for their final dive. The people of Saba are looking to them for answers. And now, the entire investigation hinges on what Mike and Warren can uncover beneath years of sediment and growth. It's hard work, and any paint still on the ship could easily come off with the coral.
We've done jobs like this before on commercial ships, often using water jets. But the hammers are actually better because we can control the amount of force needed to just remove the growth and still trying to protect any writing that might be underneath.
The dive detectives' efforts are rewarded. Letters slowly begin to appear on the stern of the ship. But they must be very careful working at this depth. They're breathing an enriched oxygen mixture designed to give them as much time as possible at their depth of 36 meters. But because of the specific mix of gases, overexerting themselves could trigger the potentially deadly onset of vomiting and seizures. A name emerges. It could be the clue they need to unravel how this massive freighter ended up on the bottom.
Awesome. It always seems to work this way. You have a lot of bad luck, things aren't going your way, and then right at the end it all comes together.
But Mike and Warren disagree about what they found.
I say Narina.
Narina?
Narina.
Yeah, you think so?
Yep.
I sure thought it was an N.
N or M?
I thought it was an N.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go with Marina.
Okay. You just said Narina, and now you're saying Marina.
I want to be right.
Now, hold on. There it is right there.
Wow, it looks like an N there.
It sure does.
Okay, so N-A-R.
But, whoa, wait. See that little triangle that comes down? Mm-hmm. You see that tiny little bit of a line right there?
Uh-huh.
I think that might be part of an M.
Okay.
If you see that, like that line right there should continue down, but it doesn't, it breaks up. See that?
Yep.
So I think you're right, I think it is Marina.
Okay, so M.
Marina makes more sense, it's a very nautical term, right?
I don't know.
I think
it's a woman's name.
It'd be a good name for a ship anyway, Marina.
The team have amassed an impressive body of evidence. Its approximate age, where it was likely built, its cargo. They also know the ship carried a St. Vincent and Grenadines flag, and most importantly, was named Marina. Now they hope these clues will lead them to what really happened, how this vessel came to lie on the bottom of Saba Bank. The Fletchers have given the ghost ship a name, Marina. Warren heads to Miami in search of the freighter's shipping records. He meets with Kenneth Gale Hawks, an ex-Marine, a lawyer, and an insurance investigator. If there's one person who knows how to trace a ship in the Caribbean, it's Hawks.
We can see that there are a number of marinas.
Oh, yeah.
Hawks has found several ships named Marina in the official shipping logs. Warren must help him narrow down the list and identify the correct vessel.
Those tons.
Yeah, that's way too big.
We know that isn't it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
oh, well, there you go, St. Vincent and Grenadines. We actually found a St. Vincent flag on board the ship.
Okay. And
heavy cargoes.
This tells us that this is the build history. Shows that she was built in 1968.
Oh, yeah, 1968, yeah.
Did you see anything in the ship that indicated 1968?
We did, actually. On an electrical panel, we found a date that had been stamped in, and it was 1968. So that's really interesting. It says three holds, which is right. There were 2 large cargo holds and then a smaller one at the bow.
And one engine, basically.
I only saw one engine, single propeller. Well, I'm definitely excited by this wreck. Everything really fits the mold perfectly, so it's, I would say more than likely that it was this ship.
Well, I'd agree with you, Warren. I think that's probably the ship.
Yeah.
Warren and Hawks have found the right marina, but the records offer a strange story. It appears she suffered a near-fatal accident 120 kilometers away from where she was discovered on Saba Bank. Reports indicate the disabled ship was towed by salvors to the Caribbean island of Tortola.
It's a little weird to me. Do you feel like there was maybe some kind of underhandedness or some kind of illegal activity going on with the ship?
Well, in my opinion, there are some real questions in this case.
Yeah.
The reports indicate that the same owners had one other ship about the same age, which sank a month later.
Oh, really?
In approximately the same location.
Wow.
Now that, to me, sets off all sorts of warning bells.
Yeah.
The dive detectives follow the trail to the island of Tortola, where the ship was towed. It is the last recorded location of the marina before her sinking. Unlike Saba, Tortola is a major vacation destination, famous for its many beaches. The Fletchers have also found photographs of the marina in her prime, a stark contrast to the rusted, broken wreck they explored at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, there she is.
No question, huh?
The ghost ship was built in Bulgaria in 1968 and was originally named Varna. Based on shipping records, she spent 25 years hauling cargo around the world until the early 1990s, when a company in the British Virgin Islands bought her and used her to move cement in the Caribbean. The final reports of the marina have her in trouble during high seas just after midnight, August 4th, 2000, not far from Tortola. A night that local salvor, Kevin Rolette, remembers well. Rolette was responsible for bringing in the marina the day after its first brush with danger. He may also be one of the last people to have seen her afloat. They hope he can explain what happened to her on Tortola, and ultimately what took her to the bottom of Saba Bank.
Hi there, Kevin.
Kevin is taking the Fletchers to where he first met up with the marina.
You guys about ready?
Yeah, you want to go right now?
Yeah, we got Derek, who helped us with the marina up in town. We're going to pick up on the way. And
okay.
You guys can give a hand getting the lines off.
Sure.
Let's get rolling.
Just after midnight on the 4th of August 2000, Rolette was among the first to hear the marina's desperate calls for help. The ship was taking on water, and the crew was preparing to abandon her. He was also the first to contact the local island police, who rescued the crew in high seas, leaving the marina abandoned and adrift.
Derek, who you're going to meet shortly, myself kept talking about it through the night. He's a ship's engineer, and we kind of shared the same theory. We really didn't believe that the boat was going to go down like everyone thought it was going to.
Yeah.
At first light, Rolette sent Derek Blair up in a plane to assess the marina's situation. Blair, a veteran marine engineer with 40 years of experience, was among the first to lay eyes on the ship after the crew was rescued. His aerial reconnaissance revealed a ship that was still afloat, but taking on water.
And you could see the decks were awash. She was very low in the water, and she was rolling water off the scuppers and off the decks.
Wow.
Abandoned hours before, the marina was drifting dangerously on a collision course with the rocky shores of nearby Ginger Island. Authorities feared that the marina's massive fuel tanks would rupture when she smashed into the island, an environmental disaster in a region dependent entirely on tourism. Rolette decided to save the ship.
Typically, the jobs we get around here in the BVI would be yachts that get in trouble, maybe smaller merchant vessels, but this was clearly much larger than what we normally deal with. But also very aware of the fact we're running out of time, that this thing was going to be on the rocks if we didn't do something, give it some effort.
Yeah.
As quickly as we could.
The salvage team scrambled into action. Blair was the first person to board the marina. He saw a ship in desperate shape. The evidence suggested sabotage. The Fletchers suspected the mystery ship had been involved in shady business. Now they have an eyewitness.
Do you have any idea maybe where the water was coming into the ship?
When we pumped the engine room down, we did notice we were still making water on the port side forward, and we did find a valve that appeared to be open. When we shut this valve, it definitely cut down the amount of water ingress to the vessel.
Wow. Oh, that's a little suspicious, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these big valves don't open themselves.
Right, right.
Somebody opened the valve. In my opinion, it could have been a scuttle job, but it's hard to tell.
It's pretty fishy.
What at first looked like an accident may have actually been an attempt to sink the ship on purpose, gone drastically wrong. A key valve was left open inside, and the marina was carrying much less fuel than expected, suggesting that the order to abandon ship may have been prearranged. The ship's owner may be the only one with the answers.
It's just in my nature to be inquisitive, and I've worked in the marine industry long enough to know that there's a lot of slippery fish out there. Did you ever get the feeling like this guy maybe wasn't on the up and up?
I can't say that at first. In my dealings with him, I found him very charming, interesting guy, interesting background. For me personally, the biggest task was to try and get the thing under tow. And you know, at that point, she had her rudder turned, so she was quite unwieldy with a heavy lift to one side, water scooping off the deck.
Salver Kevin Rolette and his crew managed to stabilize the marina and safely tow her 38 kilometers to Tortola, where he continued to make repairs. Later that month, Rolette photographed the marina's crew returning to the vessel and stripping the ship of all remaining valuables. The photographs explain why Mike and Warren found nothing of a personal nature on the wreck. They also suggest that the crew may have known the ship was done for. Tortolan authorities ordered the marina's owner to remove the derelict ship from their waters. The owner said he was taking the ship to Trinidad, and under his control, she headed out to sea.
When you saw the marina sail away from Tortola, did you have a good sense of what was coming?
I definitely would say I was suspicious and curious about what her final outcome would be, yes.
The marina leaves Tortola in September 2000, never to be seen or heard of again, only to reappear on the bottom of Saba Bank.
So do you find it surprising that we managed to find the marina down on Saba Bank?
No, I'm afraid not. It just confirms what we first thought, that more than likely it was a scuttle job gone wrong the first time, and the last time the owner was there, so they did a good job.
Perhaps after decades of service, the freighter had outlived its usefulness. The cost to repair and get the marina back up to safety specs could have been hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even towing her to a port where she would be sold as scrap would cost more than she was worth. Instead, she ended up on Saba Bank under questionable circumstances. Only her owner knows the truth, but he died in 2001, a year after the ship was last seen. The Fletchers pass on the results of their investigation to the Saban authorities.
It's great to be able to unlock the riddle of the ship, and after all these years, give something back to the island and its people.
The marina is no longer a ghost ship, but the story doesn't end with her sinking.
Once considered an environmental hazard, it's now fostering all kinds of marine life and helping to revitalize the ecosystem of Saba Bank. I'm glad we were able to give the marina back her name.
The dive detectives have completed a difficult mission, identifying a rare unexplained shipwreck and uncovering the story of the marina. They have solved the mystery of the ghost ship of Saba Bank. A tiny volcanic island in the Western Pacific. This was the top secret launch pad for the atomic bombs that ended the Second World War. America dropped Fat Man and Little Boy on Japan, and they had secret plans for dozens more.
Dad, check this out.
A present-day Los Alamos bomb maker believes that when the war ended, the parts for those A-bombs were dumped here.
These pieces ended the darkest time in human history. They're out there. somewhere.
Now, for the first time, a hunt is on to find them.
I think I found a bomb.
Father and son diver explorers Mike and Warren Fletcher search for components from the bomb that changed the world. Glenn McDuff is a nuclear physicist and bomb builder. He spent decades tracking down secret documents, photographs, and first-hand accounts of the men who made the atomic bombs that were dropped on Japan. And he believes that when the war ended, components for many more bombs were left behind.
Someone didn't get the memo about dumping items that wage war over the ocean. And that's what got me interested in coming to look here. There were 66 Fat Mans on Tinian at the end of the war. Are they out there? They're out there. Are we looking for a needle in a haystack? Probably.
The Fletchers can see the size of the task ahead of them, a land and sea search for scattered A-bomb parts.
The hunt for the atomic bomb is not like anything we've ever done before. It's an obscure target. We know that there could very well be pieces, especially of Fat Man, out here in these waters.
Tinian is nearly 2,500 kilometers from Japan. Underwater volcanoes and deep chasms in the seabed surround the island. Today, sport divers consider the region one of the best dive sites on the planet. But in 1945, it was the site of the busiest airport in the world. Tinian was the launch pad in the fight against Japan. The island was home to Project Alberta, a top-secret operation that built the first atomic weapons used in combat. The American commanders wanted Project Alberta to run like a factory. Each month, 3 atomic bombs could be assembled and dropped until Japan surrendered. On August 6, 1945, Little Boy was dropped on Hiroshima. 3 days later, Fat Man destroyed much of Nagasaki. Another atomic bomb was nearly ready to go, with more waiting in the wings, but Japan chose surrender over annihilation. Today, not a single first-generation bomb survives. The team want to find the Fat Man casings and bomb components that were left behind. A direct connection to the original atomic weapons and the scientists of Project Alberta. A discovery that would make history.
How many times have you been on the island?
First time.
Really?
Never.
We're here with Glenn to try and understand the importance of this island as a staging point of the dropping of the bomb that changed the world. There's a connection between this island and that event that's lost here in the jungle and here offshore. So if we stumble onto something, you're going to know what we got our hands on?
I hope so. Project Alberta brought 270 tons of equipment. So,
for Glenn, the quest to find a piece of the original A-bomb is a scientific holy grail. He's convinced the material can still be found. The search begins on Tinian's abandoned aircraft runways. This is where Fat Man and Little Boy began their fateful journeys to Japan, and the bomb loading pits are still here.
this did make world wars obsolete. It made wars not worth fighting anymore. And the horror that led up to this, that we actually had to do something like this to stop, to end a world war. It's kind of awe-inspiring.
The atomic bombs comprised hundreds of parts that were brought to the island for assembly. But when the war ended, those bomb components just disappeared. The official U.S. military records state that the U.S. Army Air Forces dumped all top-secret A-bomb material up to 16 kilometers offshore in water up to 2 kilometers deep. Tinian lies near the deepest point in the world's oceans, the Mariana Trench, a yawning fissure 11 kilometers deep. The seabed starts to drop dramatically less than 5 kilometers offshore. Anything dumped here would likely never be found. But Glenn believes the official records are wrong. His research suggests that American military personnel simply moved the components for the bombs from somewhere near the airfield to the coast and dump them into the shallow waters off this part of the island. The team look for a coastal point near the runways.
This has got to be a gutter for runway A.
Yes, drainage or maybe sewer.
Drainage, because in a typhoon, it's a lot of water they got to get off that runway.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if they bulldozed all the way to the ocean for this trench, this might be a dump area. Let's go take a look.
An access road appears to lead directly from runway A to the ocean.
Why don't you take a waypoint, Warb? Maybe we can consider coming back to dive and see what's off the end of this roadway.
The ultimate thing here would be to find one of the Fat Man weapons cases. Fat Man is, that's the granddaddy of all the bombs.
The Fletchers intend to dive just offshore, close to the island's runways. They're looking for anything connected with the atomic bomb, components or casings, technological remnants of man's most terrible weapons. Their search is the first of its kind.
Glenn really knows and understands not just the history of these events, but he understands the math and the physics that makes them work.
Glenn dives too. Mike and Warren need his expertise to identify any bomb parts they discover. The dive takes them down 50 meters. Mike and Warren are using communication-enabled masks so they can alert each other to any finds. The first things they see are large, jagged rock formations and a sea bottom teeming with marine life.
What the heck is that thing? Some kind of crazy starfish, obviously. I would not want to step on that.
Mike is puzzled by some of the large shapes he sees.
Just keep looking, you'll start to see the odd one here or there.
They look like man-made objects, encrusted in coral.
Yeah, up there on that ridge on the right, I think I should see one. Definitely some kind of wreckage over here.
They need Glenn's expert eye. But the team must be careful. Tinian was a strategic base in World War II and heavily fought over. Live bombs and shells still littered the ocean floor. Glenn has studied the dimensions of each of the hundreds of components that make up an A-bomb. As time ticks away, he examines the object hoping for a match.
Okay, well, we gotta head back to the boat. I'm getting pretty low on air.
What would you think? I think those are Sherman tank rounds. I think they're 70 millimeters. They all measured at the base right at 3 inches.
Well, obviously not nuclear bomb pieces.
No, I think this was an amphibious assault beach.
So maybe that mark in the ground that we saw was just where the landing crafts were coming ashore.
Tinian came under heavy shelling when American forces took the island from the Japanese in July 1944. The site was chosen for Project Alberta, and the following year, atomic bombs left Tinian, targeted on Japan. But it looks likely that the runway road the team found was used to carry materials onto the island, not off it. They still need to find the dump site, but the amount of live shells and munitions they've already seen underwater has given them pause for thought.
Unexploded ordnance is still down there. You might just find one ordnance that still has a fuse, still has a timer, still has a detonator. And usually my luck goes, I'd find it.
Before investigating further, they seek expert advice from the local bomb disposal unit on the dangers they face diving here.
What we're doing is taking all of the ordnance that's been collected from a large ordnance storage depot that burned back in 1945, and we've been cleaning it up over the last couple of months. So let's go take a look at the hole.
Weapons left behind from the Second World War litter Tinian and nearby islands. Live shells and grenades scatter the landscape, and munitions experts dealing with them are fighting fire with fire.
Basically, you look over here, you can see we got some ordnance, and basically we just put the C4 on top of the ordnance, and then we initiate the C4. When the C4 detonates, then the ordnance disappears.
The concept here is that all of the World War II ordnance still contains very viable explosive content. So by adding the modern era explosives with it, we're counting on a contribution from the old stuff, and the idea is to get it all go at the same time. And when we're done, there shouldn't be anything left in the hole.
I'd get really nervous if I noticed you look nervous.
How much corrosion there is on these things is always a factor of whether they're exposed to water, whether they're exposed to the air, etc. Well, one of the ones that we found was still in its shipping tube, and the cardboard tar had protected it perfectly. So it is in perfect museum condition. I can show it to you if you want to see it. Here it is.
Wow. That's amazing.
That is exactly the same as everything else that's in that hole, but you see how corroded everything else is. This one, the storage tube that it was in, protected it perfectly.
And are these the types of things that we might find out in the ocean? Do you recover this stuff from the ocean a lot?
5-inch projectile? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anything that was fired in that type of scenario, or Japanese rounds fired at the Marines when they were coming in. So you're going to find that out there in the reef. Where we just came from, right at the very top of that cliff up there, that's about 1.5 miles away. When we blow this, we're going to do it from up there. So here is where you're going to see it all put together. Up there is where you're going to see it go boom.
There is enough TNT to level a 10-story building.
Fire in the hole!
The cliff top is a safe vantage point, but an underwater encounter with a live shell could be fatal for the team. The planes carrying the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki departed from the Tinian airfield. The team know the bombs were assembled and stored somewhere nearby. They need to locate the top-secret site of Project Alberta. Then they can work out where surplus A-bomb parts may have been dumped when Japan surrendered. It's a challenge. At the end of the war, the U.S. military ceded this entire area, obscuring the secret base. After more than 60 years, thick foliage covers the site and the tropical heat makes searching uncomfortable. They use Glenn's photos of the base from 1945. They look back in time to locate the key buildings known as Quonset huts.
We obviously got to go back that way.
Go back. Hey, here.
Oh yeah.
A Quonset hut bolt.
So how can you tell that's a Quonset hut bolt?
The corrugated covering would bolt to a rib, which is about a 2-inch channel. And there's the rubber gasket for water sealing.
Oh yeah.
They just bolt it down.
In a clearing, the team find the crumbling foundations of a prefabricated building. They're on the right track.
It's the edge of concrete.
This is the first Quonset hut. We put one of these closest to the road.
Yeah, some of the bigger ones, but we're looking for the smaller ones in the back corner, right?
Yep, that's the technical area.
So we're on the edge of Project Alberta.
Yeah.
And only people who were working on the atomic bomb were allowed into that area?
This was a closed area. Secrecy was of utmost importance.
More than 50 scientists worked on Project Alberta. Known as the Destination Team, their entire operation was protected by armed guard. Despite the smiles, these men were under pressure. They were assembling the first atomic bombs to be used in combat. Bombs intended to kill tens of thousands of people, but that would end the war.
We should hit probably some remnants of the next fence and then the next Quonset hut.
Yeah, should be no problem from here.
The photographs give the team a perspective on the past.
Look at this. Look at this crack, this chip out of the concrete. It's right there. And just in front of it, there's the seam.
There's the seam. So this is Quonset hut 4.
In fact, if we hold up this picture, that's what we're looking at right there. You know all these guys, what did they actually do?
They built and developed the blast measurements for the combat mission.
So they could measure the intensity of the blast?
Yeah, so they could measure the yield for Little Boy. And this is the blast gauge that they used on the Hiroshima mission.
And what happened to all the different components and tools and buildings and everything that used to stand here?
All this was dumped.
The question is where? The team needs someone to interpret their findings and help guide their search. They turn to Project Alberta's unofficial photographer. Los Alamos, New Mexico, birthplace of the atomic bomb. Only a handful of Project Alberta scientists survive. Leon Smith is one of them. In 1945, he was a 25-year-old atomic scientist working on a top-secret project on Tinian.
Can you tell us about your job on Tinian?
There were 5 of us to work on the development and the combat assembly and delivery of the little boy and the fat man. We were expected to be able to test any of the components, repair them, do special things like set the altitude on the radars. Then 3 of us were to be able to fly with the bombs and to check them out using equipment which I had designed up to the moment of release.
Leon did not get to accompany his bomb on its lethal journey. He lost out to a fellow scientist in a coin toss for the Hiroshima mission. In his downtime, he was the project's unofficial photographer, an insider with access to all areas. After the war, he was stationed on Tinian for a further 2 months, and he has information on where the bomb parts may have been dumped.
I have heard that for explosives and other things, they were expected to go several miles west and drop it. But people in a hurry will often take shortcuts. And at that time, we were accustomed to taking a lot of shortcuts.
So we're talking about big volumes of material here.
Yeah, it's very large. There was one point of land on the west side of Tinian where, after the war, I observed truckloads of equipment just being pushed over the cliff into the ocean.
Leon described the tipping point. Now Glenn and Warren must try to match their photos to a location.
The map from 1945 called this Falbus Point.
The cliffs at Phabus San Hilo Point soar 20 meters above the waves. They create a bulging overhang that locals have nicknamed Dump Cove. At the end of the war, general military debris was dumped here. But Leon Smith believes this was also the trash can for atomic bomb parts.
Oh man, this would be the perfect spot to dump stuff off.
Yeah.
Nice flat approach. It's got to be 50 feet at least. Sure looks like the spot here in your photo.
And it looks like it hasn't changed much.
Man, that would have been a busy spot the last few weeks, just truck after truck coming.
After truck. This is definitely the dive target.
Oh yeah, we have to dive here, there's no question. We could find a casing that looks just like the original Fat Man bomb.
Probably in the pieces, in one of the 3 pieces, but
okay.
Tails, front hemis, back hemis, nose pieces, but yeah.
Right.
Or any combination.
Wouldn't that be something to find that?
That would be a real find.
The team planned to look for bomb casings, as well as the bomb's smaller internal components that help trigger the atomic blast. But metal can be hard to recognize after 64 years in the ocean, corroded by salt water and disguised by coral. It's going to be a challenge to spot the parts they want to find.
Look for any big round things, big plate, any big square boxes, that's always good. They're out there, somewhere, just waiting for somebody to find them.
The team define an initial search area that's roughly 10 square kilometers.
My guess is that if Fat Man's there, we're going to find him offshore. So now we have to find a way to get into deeper water and cover as much ground under the sea as we can. We've got to cover a lot of real estate to try and see if we can find evidence of Fat Man. And we think he's out there somewhere.
Mike and boat captain Brady Barano devise a plan to speed up their survey.
To cover more area today, guys, I want to talk to Brady and see about getting him to actually pull me with a rope. And I'll hang on to maybe his anchor. And that way he can use his GPS. He can map where he's towing me. I can stay in 10, 15 meters of water, cover a huge area, and you guys can continue to scout. But what I want to do is basically a reconnaissance, and I'll come back and report to you what I found.
The waters here are clear to around 60 meters, but the ocean rewards them as soon as they dive in. A massive World War II dumping ground stretches as far as they can see, just 15 meters below the surface. Tank parts, engines from planes, and shattered jeeps litter the aquatic landscape. And as they get closer, they spot smaller wartime objects patterning the coral seabed. Glenn finds a metal box that he thinks could be electronic, potentially an internal piece of the bomb. But coral cements it to the ocean floor. He can't pry it free.
Glenn's box looks like it could be electrical equipment, but we just can't budge it. It's now literally part of the ocean environment.
Glenn knows what each of the bomb components look like, and ultimately rules this out as a piece of the bomb. As the search continues, they find large amounts of live shells and conventional unexploded bombs. Having seen the damage they can cause, the team keep their hands off anything that could still be live ordnance. And Glenn discovers something potentially more dangerous: phosphorus left over from incendiary bombs. It looks like harmless coral and is safe to handle underwater, but this dangerous chemical bursts into flames on contact with air. Mike surveys the seabed from a safer distance as he completes his tow scan.
Everything's good, Brady.
The seabed is literally lined with all sorts of evidence of the Second World War. Old jeeps and broken airplane parts and office supplies that were here on the island and just bulldozed into the sea.
As soon as you hit the water and look down, you're flabbergasted. There is stuff everywhere.
This is the first official search for A-bomb parts in these waters. Glenn has been tracking this story for decades, and he's like a child in a candy shop. He can't drag himself away.
I have double tanks on. He's just in there with a single 80 cubic foot tank, and I was amazed at how long he stayed underwater. The guy breathes like a turtle. It's unbelievable. And I think he was just so into it. He was really, controlling his breathing and just, he wanted to stay in there as long as he could. And I kept looking at his gauge, and it was getting lower and lower, and I'd ask him if he wanted to go up, and he'd be like, no, I want to stay down.
How much air do you have left? I thought I was going to have to drag you off the bottom there. I could tell you didn't want to go.
I think I was just going to almost suck this one dry.
I can't believe all the stuff down there. It's everywhere. Airplane engines and tanks and old Jeep chassis. But it's just everywhere you look, like forever. It seems like
and
just
every little
stuff.
divot, wash the sand out of it. There's something in every little hole.
So what about the bomb casings? I mean, we didn't see it today, but...
We didn't see anything, but how far is this stuff?
Every time I'd go to a new spot, I'd see something else. I'd go out there, and still you'd see more stuff in the background.
Stuff and more stuff?
Yeah.
But Mike has something to report that could top their ocean floor experience.
I think I found a bomb.
Bomb?
I thought it might even be a little boy, because it's kind of the right shape with the tail and the back assembly broken off. I'd like to take you guys and have a look.
The atomic bomb, codenamed Little Boy, was dropped on Japan August 6, 1945. The force of its explosion equaling more than 12,000 tons of TNT. 3 days later, Fat Man blasted Nagasaki with the equivalent of 18,000 tons. The scientists' focus was on the bigger bomb, so they believe most of the components dumped here would be parts of Fat Man. A Little Boy casing would be a remarkable discovery. Daylight is fading as Mike leads the team to his target.
Have you guys located it yet? Okay, we're over top of it now.
The original Little Boy bomb weighed 4,400 kilograms and was 3 meters long. Mike's target is missing the tail fin, but the length is very close. Glenn checks the diameter. The original was 71 centimeters across.
Warren, let's see if we can get Glenn's attention. Oh no, he's looking at me like this isn't it. No, he doesn't think it's Little Boy. I really thought we had something. I really did.
It's a disappointing end to a long, hard day of diving. The object is not part of Little Boy. It could be a standard high-explosive bomb, the type American B-29 bombers dropped on Tokyo, Yokohama, and Osaka. The next day, the hunt starts over at Dump Cove. Again, the team's support boat tows Mike across the search area. And once more, a large shape on the seabed catches his eye. Scouring the bomb-littered ocean floor around Tinian, the Fletchers have made a new discovery.
Well, I think I found components of an entire plane.
The island was base for a fleet of B-29 bombers, and 15 of them were very special, modified to carry atomic bombs. These planes were called silver plates. Each one was adapted to transport and power the A-bomb. And they were fitted with special radar to ensure the bomb's accuracy. These planes have unusual propellers. All 4 had variable pitch. This meant they could propel the plane backwards, reversing it over deep pits where the A-bombs were ready to load.
Glenn, do you have that picture of the B-29?
Yeah, let me grab it right here. Yeah, here's the close-up of them starting a silver plate. You have these two-man crews, which you just rotate around and essentially kickstart the engine.
And if we find a hub with the blades on it and it's variable pitch and it's the right size, then it's a silver plate, which is a specific B-29 that was used to carry the bomb, right?
Yeah.
And I remember March of 1945, on the takeoff for one mission, 5 planes going from west to east in its prevailing wind went into the ocean a little ways off the island.
5 planes in one mission?
Yes.
And that was on takeoff?
Yes. The planes were very heavily loaded.
They'd have lots of traditional style bombs and fuel on board for the bombardment of Japan.
Correct. The planes were very heavily loaded, and if they went in the water, they just went down.
The Silver Plate B-29 bombers did a number of dummy runs before their first nuclear attack on Japan. Mike wonders if the plane he's spotted could be a Silver Plate that might have an A-bomb casing on board. There are no official records that a Silver Plate crashed here, but Glenn is still keen to investigate the target.
It sure looks like an airplane. There's a lot of stuff here.
They can see the aircraft's landing gear and sections of its frame. But the evidence is scattered. The wings, engines, and pieces of fuselage are spread out over a 60-meter radius. And there's no sign of the propellers.
And I'm going to take off over here. I want to show you the wing.
The ocean floor has absorbed the plane's wings, creating a skeletal refuge for underwater life. Then Glenn finds something promising. A propeller masked by decades of coral growth and corrosion. He probes for clues and can see that the blades are bent. It means the prop was probably turning when the bomber crashed. It's a B-29. But is it a Silver Plate?
he says he doesn't think it is a silver plate.
The telltale sign of a B-29 adapted for atomic warfare is the propeller hubs, which allow for changing the pitch. And Glenn can see that this one does not have variable pitch. Another long day of diving ends without a breakthrough, but the sheer volume of potential targets provides hope that tomorrow's dive will be successful.
Fat Man has proved to be quite elusive. I've dove on a lot of targets that I thought might lead to Fat Man. I've been disappointed more than once now, but I'm going to stay with the plan and see if we can't make history by finding what would be one of the last bits and pieces of this important bomb, the Fat Man.
At first light, the team returned to continue their search of Dump Cove. They have no choice but to push their investigation to the outer edge of the target area, beyond which the seabed quickly drops to more than 400 meters. Too deep to dive. These waters border the deepest in the world. Anything dumped there may never be found. Glenn heads off alone to investigate the uneven seabed. A large cylinder sitting alone away from the rest of the war debris attracts his attention. Its size and shape suggest it could be the casing for a Fat Man bomb.
I was swimming off, I was looking around, I'm like, what's that big pimple-looking thing on the bottom? You know, if you look around, there's not another one like it anywhere.
No.
So I swam up over it, and half of the circumference is perfectly round.
Right.
Which is really odd, but it's really encrusted. So I swam down and looked at it, but it's hollow. The whole thing is hollow.
Well, it was almost the right size to be a Fat Man.
Yeah.
Like once you add the crustaceans.
Yeah, I measured it, and it's a little over 5 feet. The Fat Man was 5 foot diameter. It's the right shape, it's the right size, it's the right location. This looks very suspicious. Hey, maybe we have something here.
The team are hunting a target that could be a Fat Man bomb casing. If proven correct, the discovery will make history.
So what do you want to do here, guys?
We'll go to the Fat Man target, and we'll chisel a little of the sea scum off that bottom lip that's exposed.
Okay. And we're going to expose enough just to be sure what it's made of.
Right, where the big lip where you can reach inside.
Right.
With a really good exposed lip.
Okay. So will you actually be tapping off the marine growth on the inside or outside?
All outside.
If it is a Fat Man, there's got to be seams on that cylindrical part, right?
Yeah, there'll be a seam about 3 foot up from the bottom.
The Fat Man bombs were notorious for tumbling through the air, though, so who knows? It could have hit the water or even the land on a funny angle, broken in half.
We're not going to figure out what it is standing here on the deck. We need to get in there and figure it out.
On his first encounter, Glenn saw the object was hollow, so there's no danger of explosion. Having gained permission from the local government, he chips away at the coral looking for clues to its genesis. But even a hatchet and hammer can't get through the tough coral growth.
It almost looks like it has to be some kind of a steel shell. Looks like he's not sure what we've got here.
The mystery is proving tough to crack. Their breathing mix is running low, so they're forced to surface.
You know, well, chiseled a lot off that bottom lip, but it was still all, growth. Plus, when I hit on it, you hear it when you hit it with the hammer?
It was tinging.
So do you think there is steel under there somewhere?
Could be. That growth is thick.
So how do you rate it?
I don't know. We get the metal detector. It's in the right place. It's the right time.
Right size and shape.
Right size and shape.
But is there steel under the object's coral coat?
I'm gonna go get the metal detector, okay?
Glenn and Mike take turns to use the metal detector. They calibrate it by monitoring their metal air tanks. But they struggle to get a reading from the object. Eventually, they give up. Looks like it's coral after all.
Nothing. No beep, no hum. There's no metal inside the clump that, for a while, had us going.
It was pretty tough to take, you know. It was this big up and down kind of, it might be the bomb, I don't think it's the bomb. It really looks like the bomb, and now we know for sure it wasn't.
I want to find this bomb, and I believe from looking at the evidence that there is a fat man out there. I'd love to be one of the 3 or 4 people working together that could say we found it. And I know that we just have to keep looking. If it were easy, it would have already been found. We know it hasn't. Do we believe it's there? Yes. And today wasn't our day.
After another day of disappointment, the team review their entire search plan.
Are those fuel tanks?
You know, here at Dump Cove, there's kind of two problems. One, there's so much to look at, and we're limited in bottom time. There's a lot in the deep water, and the fact that it's cemented under how many feet of sea growth.
Yeah, there could be big bomb casings completely covered over and buried under that coral, and
you can see there's 4 or 5 feet of parts in the bottom, all encrusted.
The challenges of the undersea search have proved greater than anticipated. Mike proposes a radical change in their approach.
I'm getting the impression we should go out of the water and back on shore.
Back on land.
I think that's our best option. We found a few things there the other day.
They haven't found any parts where the bombs were dumped, so they shift the search to where the bombs were assembled.
And probably the best would be the work area, quantitative element, because all the piece components were built in the work area. They were all taken to the assembly building and all put into a bomb. So essentially, parts go in, a bomb comes out. That's where all the bits and pieces are.
The bombs known as Fat Man and Little Boy comprised hundreds of components, each one essential for the atomic chain reaction. And the team know the exact location where those parts were put together, the prefabricated huts that made up Project Alberta. They take to the air to examine the compound. A bird's eye view that helps pinpoint Quonset Huts 2 and 3. These were the arming and firing stations where Leon Smith helped assemble his bomb. At ground level, it's more of a challenge. The outlines of buildings are harder to spot. The undergrowth is thick, and many of the bomb parts were small. But the team persevere in the hope of discovery.
Did you say these round holes were the toilets, the latrines?
Yep, that's the look.
So I'm looking in the toilet, and look what I found.
Wow. Oh. Well, also, if the light bulb burned out in the can, they'd probably just drop it down in there.
You think they just threw it away?
Yeah, well, you gotta go after and get it?
No, but do you think you'd want to throw it in the toilet?
Why not? No, these are outhouses. This is...
Everything was au naturel.
That's a 64-year-old light bulb.
Yep, we'll leave it for another generation to find.
As they press further into the compound, the heat grows more intense.
Yeah.
Hey, mine! Got something? Yeah, come on over.
The shift from a sea to land search looks like it's about to pay off. Nuclear scientist Glenn McDuff has found a piece of equipment that helped ensure Fat Man and Little Boy detonated at the right altitude above the ground.
Looks like it's a cavity tuning meter. This will be hooked to the radar unit.
The bomb's 4 radar units were used to measure the distance to the ground as the bomb fell. When the radar determined that the bomb had reached ground zero, the height above the ground designated for explosion, it would trigger the detonation process.
So this is for setting the frequency that we're actually on the bombs?
The bombs, they tuned each radar separately so that nobody knew what the frequencies were. In case the enemy wanted to jam, they didn't know what frequencies to jam.
Oh, it's possible that this particular unit was used to set the frequency on Fat Man.
And Little Boy, both. It's in the right location. This is what they did in this Quonset hut.
Well, it says a lot about the disposal of everything here on this, at Project Alberta.
Yeah, and after being around here, you can kind of tell. Wouldn't you be ready to get out of here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm ready to call it the end of a day, let alone the end of a war.
Oh, here's something, Glenn. It's like an electrical insulator.
Oh, really?
Oh, and some connectors or something right here, too.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. No, these are electrical connectors here.
Yeah. Dad, check this out. So what do you think they are?
These are
electrical insulators?
No, they're connectors.
No, these are little amphenol connectors. Yeah, but again, we're in one of the arming, firing, and fusing huts. So these are probably, that's a multi-pin connector. These are probably out of the clock box. On top of the bombs where you had all the pull-out wires. So when it dropped, it pulled these wires and it started all the functions.
So these would actually be parts of the bomb?
Yeah.
This is a big discovery for the team, a vital component and critical link in the bomb's deadly chain reaction. It was a part that gave life to death.
This is really significant. These were components that would have been used in future weapons. These components may very likely, the one we picked up could have been dropped on Japan on August 24th, which was the next scheduled bomb drop. These are the spares. Notice these have never been used.
Okay, the wires would get soldered in here.
Would get soldered in there.
I see.
But these are spares because they were planning on building a lot of bombs. This is where they were built, in this hut right here. This is the arteries of the bomb.
Right. And we'd have never found these underwater, even if they were dumped in the cove.
They would be rusted away or buried and concreted over with coral.
These are the pieces that ended the darkest time in human history. This is what did it. These simple little parts.
The team take news of their find to Leon Smith, one of the few surviving scientists who assembled the atomic bombs on Tinian.
Hey, Leon.
Oh, Glenn.
Hey.
So nice to see you.
Hey, how you doing? Up in the main work area where the Quonset huts were, there's still an awful lot of debris left around. We found components left over, and especially these connectors.
These are clearly the type of connectors that were used in the electrical systems for both the Little Boy and the Fat Man, both on the firing set and the fusing system. Every one of these, every wire, every connection was important. It takes me back to a very exciting point in time in my life. We were doing almost impossible things in times that you would now regard as impossible. We made things happen.
You can take a handful of metal and destroy a city with it. Maybe we shouldn't forget what these people did, because if we do forget, it's very likely we'll repeat history. And this is not one part of history anyone wants to repeat.
And after all these years, do
Do you think about the bomb and the effect it had and the impact of the bomb?
The battle for Japan was scheduled for November 1 of 1945, just a few months into the future. I think the Japanese would have gone underground into guerrilla warfare. Casualties on both sides would have been simply unreal. How many deaths would you be willing to accept? How did I feel when the bomb was dropped on Hiroshima? I felt a sense of relief.
The mighty Mekong, a dangerous river that hides golden treasure. Religious artifacts worth millions of dollars were lost when a boat sank here in 1910. For a century, no one has beaten the ripping current and lethal rocks to recover the treasure.
This river's just right full of things that could kill you.
But father and son divers and explorers, Mike and Warren Fletcher, will push the limits of this river.
Whoa! Take a look at the surface. Do you see Warren up there?
And search the world for clues.
Wow. Didn't expect to see photographs of the ship.
To chase down the mystery of the River Buddha. The Mekong River surges through Southeast Asia for over 4,000 kilometers. Here in Laos, it provides food and water for millions of people and is the country's main artery for travel and trade. It is also home to a century-old mystery.
There's a lot of river here to hide a shipwreck in. And a lot of dangerous water to be diving in.
The dive detective's target is La Grandière, a treasure-laden French gunboat that sank here on July 15th, 1910. La Grandière patrolled the Mekong, helping to maintain French rule in Laos. She was 23 meters of steam-powered metal, bristling with 3 rapid-fire cannons. When she sank, she was carrying a precious cargo of Laotian treasures, including gold and bronze statues of Buddha. Artifacts whose removal is said to have triggered a curse on the doomed La Grandière and her crew. The Fletchers aim to locate the treasure and return it to the Lao people. But only a handful of divers have ever braved this river. So Mike Fletcher must determine if diving the Mekong is even possible.
Every once in a while you see this big upswelling of water and whirlpools and spots where it's boiling up from underneath. There's times when you can't tell which way the river's actually flowing because even though the water's flowing this way, there are back eddies that send the current going back upriver. It's a very confused current.
The river's current is unpredictable. It can surge to more than 20 kilometers an hour. Flash floods, treacherous rapids, and blade-sharp rocks claim hundreds of lives a year.
Look at all the different directions the water's moving through there. Imagine trying to dive in that. That's the kind of thing that scares me.
Mike looks for a location where he can test the waters. As his son Warren follows a trail of clues he hopes will lead them to the River Buddha. In London, England, Martin Bailey, a journalist, has discovered secret British government files about La Grandière's sinking.
This particular Foreign Office file was entitled Sunken Royal Treasures, and of course that just grabbed my attention.
And there are some kind of secret files? You said they were released?
They were released or declassified after 30 years.
The confidential file details correspondence between the British Foreign Office and Tony Beamish, a Briton working in Laos. It reveals that the British were searching for the same treasure. In 1964, they developed a detailed plan to salvage the treasure and return it to the King of Laos. And they pinpointed a specific area where they believed La Grandière had gone down.
The location was identified by Beamish, and this was the rapids of Tong Sum, and that was a few kilometers north of Tadua.
Okay, well that should help us out a lot.
Yes, I hope so.
The Mekong courses through Laos for more than 1,800 kilometers, forming a natural boundary with neighboring Myanmar and Thailand. The British identified this 500-meter stretch of water as the area to search. Mike follows the lead 60 kilometers downriver to the isolated town of Tadua. A ghostly haze hangs over this stretch of the river as farmers slash and burn the forest to cultivate crops. As the sky changes, so does the Mekong. Currents grow stronger, and massive boulders now define the river cliffs. The raging river churns up sand, reducing visibility to almost zero. These conditions are extremely dangerous, even for a world-class professional diver like Mike.
The sand is literally full of water, and it really is quicksand. Imagine what it's like out there where the sand is in constant motion. But you would not want to struggle too long in this, you'd be gone.
Two things will determine if the Fletchers can investigate this place: underwater visibility and the current's speed and strength. And the only way to test them is to get in the water. Mike ties a guide rope to a rock to prevent the Mekong from sweeping him away. Air cells in a wetsuit add buoyancy in the water. If the current snatches Mike off the line, he should return to the surface, rather than being trapped underwater. But taking the plunge here is dangerous. Laos does not have a diving industry, and few people have ever explored the river's treacherous depths. The name Mekong comes from the Thai, meaning mother of waters, a force with the power to give life and to take it away. Many believe the river is home to the Naga, gigantic serpent-like creatures that hide in its depths, and to which the Lao people make sacrifices.
You just can't see anything down here. It's terrible. It's near zero visibility with all the sand churning in the water. All I can see with my light is an orange glow.
The poor visibility means they will not be able to search for the treasure by sight. And the river's currents still need to be tested. It's the dry season, and the river is at its lowest, but it's still moving fast, roughly 11 kilometers an hour, and it can quickly spike to more than double that speed. In flood, the Mekong is deadly. In 2000, more than 800 people, mostly children, lost their lives. Mike drifts downstream, racing past rocky outcrops, over submerged fish nets, and through whirlpools that could capture and trap him.
I'm good, yeah. Well, I'm really glad I did it, because now I have a much better sense of the river. I got actually caught in a whirlpool there for a bit, and it did spin me around, and I did feel at times that the river could try and pull you down. Wonderfully exciting to think that I may have just now drifted over top of our shipwreck, the Grandier.
But the Fletchers will need a plan to battle the current before they can search for the treasure. A continent away, Warren is on the trail of La Grandiere's commander in the general's hometown of Grenoble, France. It's nearly a century since General de Bellier died on the Mekong. He was a commander in the French colonial force in Indochina and obsessed with collecting local art. At the family estate, Henri de Pazy, a descendant, has a surprise for Warren.
Bon, voilà une photo du Lagrandière.
Wow. Didn't expect to see photographs of the ship.
Warren gets his first proper look at the target. The photograph shows La Grandière actually traveling the Mekong. The steamship was powered by a large metal boiler. It's an important detail for the team and will help them choose the right technology to assist their search.
I wonder when this photo was taken, it certainly looks like the river's in high flood there. You can actually see trees underwater, just the top sticking up out of the water.
La Grandière made her fateful last journey in July 1910. The Mekong was flooded, swollen to as much as 18 meters above dry season levels. The high waters hid danger, massive jagged rocks beneath a surface pounded by strong currents.
And I'm curious, was the general in Laos on official military business, or was he just on his own personal quest?
N'est pas une mission militaire. Le roi du Laos était en discussion avec le Louvre à Paris pour préparer une exposition sur le trésor du roi du Laos. Et comme le général était à l'époque un des personnages français le plus important dans le sud de l'Indochine, il a pu négocier avec le roi du Laos que celui-ci lui prête une partie des belles pièces de son trésor.
The Louvre has no records to confirm the general was bringing treasures back for exhibition. But the secret British file states the treasures left Laos aboard La Grandière, and reports the Laotian royal family was deeply grieved by the removal of their national treasures. But the king felt powerless to protest to the colonial authority. De Bellier's rank and stature in occupied Laos may have influenced the royal family to relinquish their treasures, including statues of Buddha, precious artifacts with deep religious significance. Laos has been a Buddhist country since the 14th century. The removal of sacred artifacts would have caused great insult. Most of the lost treasures came from here, Luang Prabang, the Laotian center of Buddhism. At a local monastery, the monks conduct a special ceremony to protect the Fletchers from the perils of the Mekong.
Some of the Lao people believe that anyone removing religious artifacts will fall victim to a curse. Before he left, General de Bellier was warned about the conditions in the river. Maybe La Grandière sank because of their bad karma. That's a risk we don't want to take.
The hunt for La Grandière has unusual challenges, so the team are equipped for the unexpected. Their riverboat is loaded with 20 cases and half a ton of gear. It's their home and work base on the Mekong. The team's boat is strikingly similar to La Grandière. Both have long, thin hulls designed for the river's serpentine narrows, but the courses of rock and boulders still hold danger. The similarities may offer clues to help the Fletchers understand what happened to the general and the treasure.
I wonder if anybody's even considered the fact that maybe he had a mechanical problem, like the steering broke.
Could happen, right? Or you tap a rock and bend your rudder or something, and I mean, you're at the mercy of the current.
The vessel's mechanics are primitive and haven't changed in a century. The steering is a length of chain wrapped around a drum. The ends link back to the stern, where they're attached to opposite sides of the rudder to turn the ship.
It is a nice, simple system, but you know, it could fail any time. One bolt comes loose, and there you go.
Now, I'm assuming Grandier had logging chain like this for its steering, but the early steamboats actually had rope.
Rope?
Yeah. So you hear stories about the rope chafing on pulleys, or worse yet, you get a fire. Now you got a ship on fire and no way to steer, right?
Well, it's one thing to lose steering out in open water, but in here in this river, you got tight turns and currents and all sorts of things you gotta avoid.
No, it's part of what makes me nervous. Steering would be absolutely critical, especially in flood when you got these giant whirlpools that'll throw you from one bank to the other.
The river's glassy surface hides numerous wrecks and masks very real dangers. The Fletchers must adapt diving techniques and call on a combined 40 years of experience to take on the might of the Mekong. The team used what Mike Fletcher learned on his Scout. They develop a plan for diving in the racing currents where La Grandière and her treasures were lost. They will drop heavy weights instead of rocks on either side of any target.
Nice anchor. The local boatmen don't have traditional anchors, at least not the kind that we think of as North American or European anchors. So we actually had to go to a scrapyard and buy this old engine block to be the clump weight that Warren and I are going to dive on.
The Fletchers will attach guidelines to the clump weights. They will then travel hand over hand down the rope to the site they need to investigate. The ropes will be a lifeline in the river's treacherous currents.
Warren and I are just looking at the river. This is where we put our clump weight, so this is where ultimately we're going to end up if we can pull ourselves up to the weight. And the risk of getting pulled off the rope and sent downriver where you can't see what's coming is what is really dangerous. Let's imagine that there's a tree sunk in the river and we're drifting like this and we can't see it. Suddenly you're stuck. You turn sideways, your mast is ripped off, you're tangled in fishnet. That's why we absolutely can't come off the line that we're holding in our hands.
Now they need to test their system. They enter the river near the cliff face, but quickly realize the currents are even worse below the surface.
I'm out here at the end of the line. The current's pretty strong out here. Yeah, it's really strong, but I'm managing to hold on. Over.
Diving here puts them in constant danger of being smashed into the surrounding boulders.
I just can't get over how much sand there is down here. Yeah, it's really bad. I'm not sure how we're gonna ever see anything down here.
Visibility is zero, but the test is a success. The weights and their guidelines held. Their system can be used for the investigation. But the swirling sand below the surface is another matter.
Feel this.
Sand
I got a sand mohawk. It's like an inch thick in my hair.
It's like a beanbag in there.
That's ridiculous. That's how much sand is in that water. It's swirling around down there.
The sand adds another challenge, but it should be manageable. The next step is to locate their target. The lost ship had a metal hull, and that fact leads the team to bring in British engineer Bob Hickson. Hickson has developed and worked with sophisticated metal detecting systems for more than 30 years.
This system's a unique system that I developed for myself to locate historic wrecks. It combines the GPS, an echo sounder and the magnetometer and displays all the data graphically on the computer.
Bob has used this magnetometer to find historic Spanish wrecks near Panama and 18th century shipwrecks off Britain. The team begin the search in the area Mike scouted. It's at the foot of the rapids, where some reports say La Grandière foundered. Bob plans to zero in on the steam-driven gunboat's metal hull and boiler. As the magnetometer is towed behind the boat, it displays any changes in the Earth's magnetic field caused by metal objects. La Grandière's metal hull and boiler would create a unique signature and help pinpoint the wreck's location. After a century on the bottom of the Mekong, La Grandière might be buried deep within the sand. Bob's expertise is the only way to find it.
This is saying,
yeah, it's really jumping, eh? Wow.
There's no, it shouldn't be like that. You're not being flat, you know.
Right.
that's no good at all.
The magnetometer is behaving oddly. The geology of the area is uncharted, and some rocks contain enough iron to disrupt Bob's readings, making locating the target nearly impossible.
Well, I think this here is solid iron, if you look at it.
Bob suggests an easy test to determine if these rocks are affecting his magnetometer. He has Warren move the sensor away from the rocks. There's a huge fluctuation in the signal. The rocks are indeed magnetic and are strong enough to confuse Bob's system.
But it's caused by the rocks. So you'll never find it with the magnetometer.
It's a massive setback. Without the magnetometer, they have no way of knowing where to dive. So the Fletchers turn their attention to why the gunboat might have sunk, hoping the answer will shed light on its location.
Yeah, draw it out for me.
Somsak Pongvijit is a local speedboat driver. He regularly navigates this section of the river and knows its dangers.
So people think they need to be in the center of the river, but what happens? The water hits this big rock,
because
pushes the ship sideways.
Yeah.
I see. So really what they need to do is stay really close to this rock, so when they get pushed over, they end up in the middle.
Yeah.
Of course. So that's probably what happened to La Grandier. They probably didn't realize that they were going to get forced over. They were in the middle, got pushed up against this rock, and then caught in that whirlpool.
And that rock is the one they're trying to avoid.
Yeah.
And that rock is the one they hit.
Yeah.
And when is the most dangerous time to go through the river?
มันเดือน10เป็นเดือนที่ว่าอันตรายกว่าหมู่หรือว่าเดือน7เดือน8เดือน10ก็แห้งเดือน7แต่ถ้าเดือน10ระยะ3เดือนนี่แห้งน้ำแห้ง You know this dangerous time is start from July to October.
So the Grandier came through here at the most dangerous time of the year.
แล้วอันเรือที่มาต่ำอยู่นี่หันเรือของฝั่งหันเป็นเวลาที่น้ำแห้งบ่น้ำแห้งลาย
The river's powerful current could have driven La Grandier onto the rocks, then dragged the boat downriver to her final resting place.
That whirlpool, you think about it, would be swirling this way. It would have kind of sucked it across to that side of the river.
It does kind of point in that direction, doesn't it?
The Fletchers decide to focus on a 50-meter stretch of river directly below the cliff face that La Grandier might have hit. It's a smaller search area than they'd envisaged, but it's close to jagged rocks and extremely dangerous. The good news is that Bob thinks he's found a way to use the magnetometer.
Okay, Mike, put the fish in.
Okay, fish going in.
Bob lowers the magnetometer's sensitivity to minimize readings from the Mekong's natural magnetic signature.
Working fine.
We get the signal from this steel boat.
Yeah, it's picking it up. I detected that boat.
What's that? Get it!
Bob's adjustments work. The magnetometer can now distinguish between a ship's metal hull and the surrounding rock.
You can go and find it now.
The team travels slowly through the water so the magnetometer can pick up any metallic signatures detected on the riverbed. After 6 hours, their patience pays off. They score a strong hit near the cliff face.
Yeah, here we go. Look, see? A sudden change in the field, look. Here. See where you get this second drop?
Whoa.
Look, see that? That is more likely the wreck there.
The display shows an object resting just 9 meters below the surface, close to the location suggested by speedboat driver Somsak.
Standing up 10 feet off the bottom, perfect return.
I like that.
It looks promising. Of course, it has to be the trickiest spot in the river to try and dive, doesn't it? Right in this channel where all the water is just getting hammered through this small space.
It makes you wonder, there's fish gathered around it, that's why it's fishing there.
You know the fishermen know where the wrecks are every time, right?
Yeah.
The Fletchers believe they have a promising target to investigate. The location that gave the strong magnetometer reading is also a popular spot for fishing. But conditions near the rock face have deteriorated since yesterday. The river is moving much faster and will make the dive more dangerous. Strong currents, back eddies, and massive whirlpools prevent the boats getting close to the dive site, so the Fletchers have to portage their heavy gear over razor-sharp rocks. Each large double tank and backpack weighs close to 45 kilograms. A wrong step could be fatal. But they should know better than to turn their backs on the mighty Mekong. A powerful whirlpool snatches the dive boats. Each weighs roughly 900 kilograms, but they're being dragged downriver.
Get around the rock! Get around the rock!
As they battle the current and wrangle the ships back into position, it reminds them what they're up against.
Okay, keep the boat over there out of the current.
เอาไว้นี่เอาไว้นี่เอาเขาพี่เอาเขาพี่บอกไปพูดก็ได้เราบอกไปพูดก็ได้
Mike, you don't think this is too dangerous? That's hell of a current there, you know. I mean, look what it did to the boats.
Just
What's it
baby
going to do
steps.
to you?
We're gonna hold on tight.
โอเค
Just
แล้ว
baby steps.
ไปพูดไปพูดไปพูดไปพูด
Bob's really nervous, eh?
Yeah, I don't blame him.
The current underwater can be even more violent.
Okay, Dad, I'm coming down to you. Over.
Their guideline is the only thing saving the divers from being swept away. But to search for La Grandière, they must let go of the rope with one hand so they can feel for the target. With zero visibility underwater, rocks and debris pose a grave threat.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky down here. Pretty crazy. Trying to hold on. But we're working our way down.
Okay, I'll leave you to the dive. Call me if you've got any problems. Over.
I'm getting close to the end of the line, and I think there's something down here.
As Mike nears the target, there's danger from the surface.
And both of you, there's a really large steel boat going past at the moment, so just be careful. You'll hear the engines now.
Roger that.
The wake from the riverboat adds turbulence to the underwater currents, making it even harder to hold onto the guideline.
Whoa!
Mike gets dragged to the end of the rope.
Hurry!
Dada?
I found something down here.
Mike Fletcher battles to hold onto his line and make sense of what he has discovered. Overhead, a massive boat passes dangerously close.
Warren, I can feel it now. It's a tree. We need to get out of here before I get sucked into it.
The underwater current is so unstable that Mike and Warren must haul themselves back along the line to safety.
I swam right into a tree.
Did you?
I think that's what our target was.
Oh,
Up there about, I don't know, 20 meters.
Yeah.
There's a dip in the sand.
Yeah.
That's where Warren met me. And
Yeah.
just beyond that, there's a big tree.
Oh.
I'm sure what you're seeing wasn't the remnants of the Grandier. I think what you're seeing is that big old tree.
A promising hit has turned into a disappointment. It looks like the magnetic properties in the rock and the swirling sand have again created a false target. The Fletchers need a lead. They revisit the secret 1964 British plan to recover La Grandière. In London, Warren had met with Sir Peter Wakefield. In the 1960s, Sir Peter was a member of Britain's Foreign Office and a key player in an operation to recover the sunken treasures of Laos. The plan to find La Grandière was hatched during the Vietnam War, when the British government was working to prevent the spread of communism.
Well, it was not in the normal run of business, you might say, no.
The Foreign Office believed that finding the treasure and returning it to the King of Laos would be a valuable gesture to an ally in the fight against communism. But a new government in Britain pulled the plan's funding and shelved the scheme.
That's too bad. So in the end, the project never went forward and nobody ever dove in the river or looked for any of the artifacts or the ship itself?
Well, there is this story that there was an attempt made, or at least they looked at it in '68.
4 years after the aborted 1964 mission, there was a second British attempt to find the treasure. But it ended in tragedy when the expedition's DC-3 crashed into the Mekong. This revelation opens up another mystery. Simon Dunstan is a military historian who has investigated the incident.
After the initial impact, several of the people got out of this aircraft and were in the river. And then there was a rescue attempt by an American Huey helicopter. But it flew so low over the river that the rotor downwash forced the people underwater, and they all drowned. So all 37 people on board that airplane died.
And do we know, did the group actually dive down to the bottom of the river?
We understand they did. And obviously, if any artifacts they might have recovered, unfortunately, would have been lost in the airplane crash.
It's a new target, a plane that could have been loaded with treasure when it went down. And in Laos, Warren finds a man who saw it happen.
Yes, I know. He said that, yes, I know, because I saw the airplane crash that time.
He saw the plane crash?
Yeah.
Wow, you're actually there. That must have been pretty crazy. Unbelievable.
แต่ว่าค่อยกับยนต์นั้นไกลกันบ่ฮอดพอ200 เมตรเลยมันตกนี่มันตกกระตกคืออันซันมาซินน่ะจนย่างก็บ่เป็น
And I'm curious, is the airplane still in that same spot?
ได้ชื่อได้ดีเพราะว่าเห็นนี่
Only a handful of people saw the plane crash. The witness Warren found is fisherman Buntan Jontavun. Buntan was 11 years old at the time, but he's confident he can remember exactly where the plane went down. He guides the team 4 kilometers north of their original search area. The DC-3 had a wingspan of 29 meters and weighed more than 11,000 kilograms. Buntan can recall the crash in vivid detail.
So, which way did the plane come from?
มันมาทางเบื้องไหนยนต์มาทางเบื้องไหน
มันกลายไปพุ่นแล้วมันกลับคืนมา
Airplane came from that way and go down and turn back again.
Looking for a place to land.
Yeah.
เราก็จะเอาเสือกมัดอันปีกบนทางเทิงมันก็
3 days after the crash, Buntan says he saw locals attempt to salvage the plane from a rocky ledge on the opposite side of the river.
That large rock right there is the face where the airplane ended up. And it was there that they tied the cable on it
and winched on it till they pulled the wing off, and we were told that when the wing came off, they actually had bodies rolling out of the aircraft. What I like about this target is, unlike La Grandière, we know exactly where to dive. We don't need to search for it. We just need to get in the water and possibly find the treasure.
They have a defined area to search, but this section of the Mekong is the most dangerous they have encountered. A high volume of water flows through the narrow channel, making the river race and the current stronger than Mike expected. The Fletchers face added danger in the search area for the plane. Frequent boat traffic roars through the channel, churning up the water.
Yeah, I don't think I would want to be in the water right now.
No? Well, our timing was perfect. We know when a boat goes by, it creates crazy whirlpools. If we had been in the water when that boat went by, that would have been a bad one.
Look at the wake off of that thing.
The Fletchers have a secret weapon for this dive, advanced technology that uses sonar. The kit generates visual images from reflected sound. It would guide them through the Mekong's almost zero visibility, but it's cumbersome and adds to the dangers of their dive.
Personally, I think it's a death trap down there without the sonar, and you got to hold on basically with two hands to the thing.
What you're saying is it's dangerous if you take it with you.
It's dangerous enough without it. Forget about having it with you.
Right.
It's a difficult decision. The scanner could help lead them right to the treasure. The handheld acoustic camera uses sound to see. It generates detailed images in real time by bouncing sound waves off surfaces underwater. A powerful tool in the swirling maelstrom of the Mekong. Warren faces the challenge of holding onto the guideline while using the acoustic camera. He decides it is worth the risk. Warren follows his dad into the river and towards the target. The swirling sand causes some interference in the acoustic camera, but Warren can still see Mike traveling along the guideline. It's slow progress, but the images from the acoustic camera reassure them.
I should be about 4 feet in front of you right now, over. Yes, that's right.
They maneuver the guideline away from the cliff face, a bold move to increase their search area.
One is working out ahead of me, and we're just going to get this rope off the cliff face here, just at the end. We're almost out to the anchor.
But as the line goes slack, a violent current suddenly catches them.
Whoa!
And Warren disappears.
Take a look at the surface. Do you see one up there? I don't see him on the rope. Bob, can you see him there? Over?
No, Mike, he's not on the surface.
Okay, just stand by. I'm going to go on to the end.
You okay, Warren?
Mike battles the current, searching for his son amid the churning sand.
Can you confirm you're okay, Warren? Over.
The team fear Warren has been dragged off the line and swept downriver.
Oh, wait a minute, I can feel him on the rope.
It's crazy down there.
It's all right. Okay, we're going to make our way back.
Mike helps Warren find his way back along the guideline.
I thought we lost you there. I got pushed way up by the current. Oh, I'm glad you're all right. Current is way too strong here.
Nightmare.
There's no trace of wreckage, and the raging current rules out further dives. The search for the plane is halted. But one team member has other plans. Engineer Bob Hickson heads back to their first search site, the rapids at Tattawa. He wants to try his magnetometer one last time. An abandoned monument close by has links to La Grandière.
This is the entrance monument.
It was erected as a landmark for river traffic, but nearly a century in the forest has taken its toll.
Sadly, this is the monument. Mr. Bombay explained to me that someone has come in the past and probably said use dynamite to blow it up, thinking that there might be some sort of treasure or something buried inside the monument.
The monument marked the place where men died and treasure was lost. The Fletchers decide to make it visible from the Mekong once again.
Nobody can enjoy this monument. There's not a whole lot left of it, but what is left is pretty amazing. And they put a lot of work into this thing, obviously.
You can see it again.
The scale of the crumbling structure has given the Fletchers confidence they're diving in the right place. And Bob adds to the optimism with news of a strong magnetic contact a bit further downriver. The target site is just 150 meters from where Somsack suggested La Grandière had hit the rocks. Locals want to boost the expedition's final chance at success, so they sacrifice a pig to Naga, a spirit of the Mekong.
I've gone through a lot of things to hunt for shipwrecks, but never anything quite like this before.
I think it's very important to the people, and they don't want us to upset the spirits, I don't think. And they know we're here to deliver an icon back to them that's going to be important for their culture. So yeah, I think they really did want us here to do this.
Perhaps the river spirits were appeased.
Nice job on the tent. This is great.
The water around their target is moving slower than at previous dive sites, making this one the best so far.
This is a great potential, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's got to be investigated.
Oh, it's the perfect spot. I've seen this before. Things come rushing down through a set of rapids and they drop out as soon as it calms down.
Yeah.
The Fletchers contemplate everything they have learned about the river and the story of La Grandière. They believe this could be the last resting place of the missing Laotian treasure. The team are optimistic about their next dive. Warren brings the acoustic camera to help scour the river bottom for signs of the wreck.
Okay, I'm Mr. 85. Warren, can you see anything that's sticking above bottom on the sonar? Over. Yeah, I can see you there on the end of the line really well.
The current is manageable here, so Mike uses a handheld metal detector to pinpoint anything buried in the shifting sand.
Are you getting anything on the metal detector, Mike? Over.
Nothing so far, Bob. Just moving around. Oh, wait a minute. There's something here. Yeah, definitely getting something here. I'm getting a signal, even on low sensitivity, Bob.
It's good that you're detecting metal because that detector won't be affected by magnetic rock. So there's definitely metal below the sand there. That could be quite a big object just below the sand. It's worth giving a dig, see if you can feel anything just under the sand. Over.
Roger that.
A strong hit on the metal detector could indicate a section of La Grandière's steel hull.
very exciting hit here, but digging deep into the sand and not recovering anything here yet. I wish it wasn't caving in. I keep digging deeper and deeper in the sand, just building in on top of it. I can't seem to penetrate down into the sand very much, so
As Mike digs, the sand coils and shifts. The metal detector could be reading a target buried up to 4 meters deep.
they're really giving it a thorough try for.
I must admit, that is disappointing.
They finally mastered the underwater conditions, but there's just no way to reach the object.
If we want to go any further here, it's going to mean bringing in a dredge on a barge, which won't be easy with the current and the rapids nearby. And it'll be a salvage operation that could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I understand the problems of anybody who's ever come here in the past to try and find this wreck.
And there's nothing easy about diving in this river, that's for sure.
No, and as time goes on, it'll only get tougher and tougher.
Each year, the Mekong erodes more than 170 kilometers of riverbank. Tons of sand and silt pour into the racing waters. Sediment that would bury any treasure and make diving difficult. But the Fletchers believe they may have found the last resting place of La Grandière and are keeping the GPS coordinates a secret, shared only with the Laotian authorities. So the mighty Mekong will hold on to its secrets until another day. An early morning storm strikes without warning, plunging 2 American schooners to the bottom of a vast lake.
They really were 2 of the most spectacular wrecks that could be found anywhere.
A watery grave for over 80 sailors. The largest single loss of life on the Great Lakes during the War of 1812.
I can see where this would really scare a lot of non-divers. Oh, it scares the divers.
What are you talking about? It scared me, man.
There was no Navy inquest. Now, nearly 2 centuries later, father and son diver explorers Mike and Warren Fletcher embark on the first scientific mission to get inside the wrecks since they sank. Two of the best preserved wooden shipwrecks in the world lie on the bottom of Lake Ontario in Canada. Discovered by an amateur archaeologist in 1973, these American vessels, the Hamilton and the Scourge, have been frozen in time for nearly 200 years. Wooden ships decay rapidly in seawater. Bacteria and salt break down wood and corrode metal. But the cold, fresh water of the Great Lakes has protected these wrecks, making them rare surviving examples of 19th century schooners. Both the Hamilton and the Scourge were sunk in the middle of the night by a violent summer storm. Today, the schooners rest upright. Elaborate wood carvings still grace their bows, and guns line their decks, seemingly ready for action, just as they were the night they sank. These priceless wrecks rest only 113 kilometers from Mike and Warren's home base.
You always imagine that the most exotic, the most exciting things happen somewhere else. But here were the Hamilton and Scourge, practically in my backyard. And they really were 2 of the most spectacular wrecks that could be found anywhere.
The Hamilton was 20 meters long, weighed 69 tons, and was armed with 9 guns. The smaller 41-ton Scourge measured just 17 meters, but 10 guns lined her deck. Both vessels were simple merchant schooners, pressed into service for the American Navy. Roughly 40 or 50 men served aboard each of the converted vessels. 1813. The United States and Britain were in the middle of a 3-year war. A war that would decide the fate of the vast northern territory that is now Canada, and that came to be known as the War of 1812. That spring and summer, the two navies engaged in battles across the Great Lakes. On the night of August 8th, 13 American vessels and 6 British faced each other only 1 kilometer apart on Lake Ontario. It was a warm, windless summer night. The two fleets silently at rest. Around 2 a.m., a violent storm struck without warning. When dawn broke, the Hamilton and the Scourge were at the bottom of the lake. Over 80 American sailors died, making it one of the Navy's largest losses of life until the Civil War, nearly 50 years later. The rest of the American fleet was unscathed. There was no Navy inquest and no official investigation into the sinking or loss of life.
Sailing Master Joseph Osgood, Steward John Cochran, and boy Joseph Phillips.
The United States has designated the wrecks as war graves in what are now Canadian waters. Since 1976, they have been protected as a National Historic Site. The remains of 6 of the sailors lie on the lake bed near the schooners. Perhaps they drowned trying to escape the sinking vessels. The rest of the crew have never been found and could lie within the wrecks. Why so many drowned that night is still a mystery.
When I first started hearing about the Hamilton Scourge, I didn't think about the individuals, but those remains were real people. They had names, they had families.
The Fletchers want to find out what happened and why so many perished that summer night. To do so, they need to get inside the wrecks, something that's never been done before. It's not going to be easy. The wrecks are in 90 meters of frigid water, but the cold, averaging just 4 degrees Celsius, may have preserved clues as to what happened that night. Now, for the first time ever, the Fletchers join forces with a multi-year scientific and archaeological survey of the wrecks to enter this vanished world.
By going down below, under the deck, we can really gather the only information that's available. Are there supplies? Are there barrels of food? Is there shot? Is there ballast? All of the things required to make a naval ship operate out on the lake. Are we going to find evidence of that below decks? And that's one of the tantalizing questions. Yeah.
No plans or blueprints exist for the interiors of either schooner. The location of walls and supports may shed light on why they went down so fast. The expedition may also find the missing crew's skeletal remains. If the schooners went down suddenly, many may have been trapped below deck. The positioning of their remains could provide evidence of how and why so many drowned. The wrecks are war graves, so the team must station the expedition boat at a safe distance and hold it fast with mooring buoys instead of anchors that could cause damage.
Here you can see the wreck of the Scourge, and we've made a deliberate decision to position the moorings almost 100 meters away from the wreck site.
In 1980, Canada restricted scuba diving on the site, so they must use remotely operated submersibles, or ROVs, to get inside.
The ROVs, we've got the potential to have a lot of bottom time.
Yeah, to do a scuba dive, you'd only get a really short bottom time. I mean, if you were really pushing it, you might get 20 minutes, even maybe a half an hour, but you'd be a long, long time coming back to the surface, I can tell you.
The expedition will need every minute they can get to investigate. Without plans to guide them, they'll be flying blind. Access points are limited. The Hamilton has 3 small hatches, and the Scourge 4. Each schooner also has a small row of stern windows. This will make entry a challenge, but it also may have prevented sailors from escaping. According to the one eyewitness account, the storm hit so suddenly that many could have been caught in the living quarters. To find out, the Fletchers planned to simulate the conditions below deck the night of the disaster. The test will shed light on the challenges faced by escaping crew. Survival systems in Halifax train military personnel and emergency responders how to survive being trapped underwater within a vessel. Mike and Warren want to use its $5 million simulator to learn what the crew would have experienced during the sinking.
In a simulation like this, where it's a shipwreck simulation, the big problem is the onrushing water and the disorientation that causes. Really, the only thing that you can rely on is physical reference. And in this particular simulation, there's not much in there for physical reference. It's just an empty capsule with one exit.
To make the simulation as realistic as possible, the Fletchers rely on the only eyewitness report. Ned Myers was a gunner on the Scourge and one of only 8 survivors of a crew estimated to be around 45. Writer James Fenimore Cooper, author of The Last of the Mohicans, told Myers' story in a biography published in 1843.
The captain looked at the heavens and remarked that the night was so calm and the English were so near, we should certainly engage if there came a breeze.
The crew left the sails up, and Myers slept on deck beside his gun.
Okay, let's go ahead and turn on the storm conditions.
The simulator uses 2 industrial fans to create wind,
Turning into a dark and stormy night here.
along with wave and rain generators to replicate the weather conditions on the night of the sinking.
I awoke in consequence of large drops of rain falling on my face. I meant to go down and get a nip out of a little stuff we kept in our mess chest, when a flash of lightning almost blinded me.
All we need now is some lightning.
Yeah, some thunder.
Our deck seemed on fire, a most awful and infernal din of thunder, and shrieks and dazzling flashes of lightning, the wind blowing all the while like a tornado.
With the sails up, Myers feared the winds would literally blow the vessel over. He sprang to release them.
The water was now up to my breast, and I knew the schooner must go over.
There it goes.
The winds blew the Scourge onto her side, and water poured into the deck hatches.
Really go right upside down.
I can see where this would really scare a lot of non-divers. Oh, it scares the diver.
What are you talking about? It scared me, man.
The violent storm that struck both the Hamilton and the Scourge was likely a weather event called a downburst. These intense localized weather systems often occur on the Great Lakes during thunderstorms, striking in just seconds. Cold air from the storm front drops through the warmer air, hitting the lake, and blasts out like an explosion. The initial wind gusts can reach 150 kilometers an hour. They would have struck the sails that Myers failed to release, blowing the schooners over.
I have to admit, I don't know what to expect when I get inside this thing. It looks pretty wild. I think it's gonna be pretty intense.
Questions still remain. Did the vessel's internal structure inhibit the flow of water? How difficult was it for the sailors to get up onto the deck? Further investigation will be needed before Warren can simulate the schooner's final moments. The expedition heads to the site of the Scourge. They hope Ned Myers' account will help guide them inside for the first time in nearly 200 years. Scientists, archaeologists, and marine technology experts make up the 18-member exploration team, determined to study and penetrate the schooners. Archaeologist Jonathan Moore and engineer Bob Clark from ASI Group spent 6 months developing the ROV dive plans for the operation to make the most efficient use of each dive.
Jonathan's passion is the vessels and the archaeology of it. The things I get excited about is the technology that we're able to bring.
Okay, you're clear.
They use a $350,000 ROV, the CI Falcon, connected to the expedition's ship by a tether. It's about 1 meter long, weighs under 100 kilograms, and has a depth rating of 300 meters. Dan Cousineau has logged nearly 200 hours piloting the ROV. He flies it down 90 meters, beyond the reach of sunlight, to find his prey, the Scourge. The first dive mission will examine the Scourge from bow to stern, searching for the best point of entry. Piloting the ROV demands intense focus. The vehicles have no peripheral vision, so Dan relies on the onboard camera and sonar to maneuver the ROV above the fragile wreck. Slowly, the bowsprit on the front of the Scourge comes into focus.
Waiting a long time to see the Scourge on the bottom. It's fantastic to finally get to see him.
Is that the figurehead of the Scourge?
That's right. That's Lord Nelson, famous British admiral.
The Scourge was originally a British cargo vessel called the Lord Nelson. Her name was changed, but sailors believe it is bad luck to alter a figurehead. So the schooner sailed into combat against the British with Nelson, a British hero, still gracing her bow.
It's upsetting to see so much of this amazing wreck covered in mussels.
The mussels came in late 80s. They were on the sites by around 2000.
Zebra and quagga mussels blanket the wreck. Their added weight increases the danger of structural collapse. Mussels collect their food from water currents, so they rarely migrate into the interior spaces of shipwrecks where the waters are still. The team hoped the schooner's interior has been spared. The interior compartments of the Hamilton and the Scourge were originally designed to carry cargo across the Great Lakes.
Normally they carried the cargo down in the hold and put the weight down low. Now they've got all these heavy guns on the deck, and modifications with that have changed the buoyancy characteristics of the ship.
It must have.
The Scourge's 10 guns added roughly 8.5 tons to the schooner's deck, changing how the vessel handled. Any changes below deck could have affected how quickly water could fill the vessel. This information could help explain the high loss of life. The ROV reveals a bow hatch choked with silt. The stern hatch is also blocked, this time by boarding pikes, used to hold on to other vessels at close range. They need to find another way into the wreck. The ROV moves to investigate the stern of the Scourge.
So here, these are sliding window sashes that go up into the transom. Wow.
In Meyer's account, these windows led to the quarters of Sailing Master Osgood, the Scourge's captain. Glass windows, perhaps raised by Osgood in the hope of relief from the heat during the warm summer night.
And look, we're getting a really good view through. Danny, so you can hold the whole position.
Second window inside right
There's
there.
another opening.
The second opening is an important discovery. The ROV could use it to move from the captain's quarters into the heart of the Scourge.
Nedmar says in his narrative that he made his way to the fashion piece, which is a timber that defines the outer shape of the transom of the stern.
Okay, yeah.
So this is the spot right here.
I stood for an instant on the fashion piece. I saw Mr. Osgood with his head and part of his shoulders through one of the cabin windows, struggling to get out.
But the window opening is little more than 20 by 40 centimeters, roughly the size of a laptop computer. Perhaps too small for Captain Osgood to escape. His remains could still be inside. But the window is also too small for the ROV. The team must find another way to get in. They turn to a specialized piece of kit, a micro ROV, engineered to carry a high-definition camera. The video ray is one of the smallest ROVs in the world.
The unit itself is so compact that we can literally take it on as checked luggage on an airplane and go wherever we need to go.
Craig Thorngren is an expert pilot with more than 1,500 hours of flying time. The ROV is the size of a large shoebox, but this tiny device is also built tough to withstand the pressure over 100 meters below the surface.
We've got 2 horizontal thrusters for forward and reverse, and they're powered by this control stick here. So you go forward, reverse, left and right.
So what did it take to get really good at flying the ROV?
A lot of practice.
The micro ROV is capable of working in hostile environments. Craig has used it to investigate more than 50 shipwrecks, including the USS Arizona, bombed at Pearl Harbor. It is the expedition's best chance of getting inside the Scourge. But the stern section is extremely delicate.
We've got a lot of material that's very loosely attached, a lot of decay and potential collapse. So let's consider this stern area as potentially a house of cards, you know?
One wrong move from Craig could damage the stern structure of the Scourge. The Fletchers used the archaeologist's data to build a life-size model of the window, so Craig can practice threading the needle.
Neither a human nor a camera has ever penetrated inside the wreck. Who knows what you're going to find in there?
ASI has a 70,000-liter tank used for planning complex ROV field operations like this one.
What do you think, John?
It's excellent because I think it gives a really good impression of the complexity of the shape of the stern. So when the ROV is attempting to fly horizontally, it's coming here at this angle, but this does not present a perfectly flat open window.
No.
We've got to fly through a fairly complex shaped opening.
The pressure is on Craig to prove that he can negotiate the approach and fly through the window without damaging the priceless wreck. Warren will monitor the ROV's progress from within the tank.
Craig, what we're going to do now is approach slowly and assess the size of the opening.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to fit through just fine.
Okay. So let's proceed through the opening.
This job isn't for shaky hands. Craig must exercise precise control, threading the ROV on a straight path through the complex angle of the window.
You're going to have restricted vertical clearance, so you're going to have deck beams above you, and you might not have a whole lot of clearance below you either.
Craig clears it without making any contact.
Okay, perfect.
If Craig makes it into the Scourge, they will first examine the cabin layout and search for archaeological evidence, furniture, personal belongings, and possibly Osgood's remains. From there, they will try to penetrate further and uncover how the schooner's structure may have affected the crew's escape. The flight back through is a little bumpier, but the team can take a bow. They have proven that the ROV can fit through the window.
Would you say the pressure's off now that you know that the ROV is going to fit through the window?
In a way, I think that it's going to be a lot more difficult on the wrecks. He can't approach from every direction he wants. He's got to come in from the port side, and there are going to be guns and other things that he's got to navigate around. So there's a lot of other factors that are going to make it much more complicated.
Every dive's a challenge. There's no doubt about it.
I've waited a long time to see inside there.
I have too.
And maybe we're getting a glimpse of something that may not last.
It's inevitable that that stern structure is going to collapse.
It's our moment.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Remember the house of cards scenario at the stern here with respect to the planking and all those fragile features?
The expedition boat is stationed nearly 100 meters away from the site. The offset protects the Scourge, but it also means that Craig doesn't have a clear line of approach to the captain's window. His descent takes nearly 25 minutes, and he must pilot around the stern quarter to meet with Dan's ROV, taking extra precaution not to snag on any part of the vessel. Jonathan holds the archaeological permit for the project and must ensure the historic wrecks are not damaged during the exploration. Each ROV trails 240 meters of tether, stretching back to the expedition boat. They must thread their way through fallen sections of fragile mast, rigging, and the pulley-like davits used to lower and raise the Scourge's dinghy. If a tether were to get snagged, it could trap an ROV or worse, damage the wreck while shaking free. The two ROVs line up and approach the stern windows. Dan pulls back to illuminate the entire area. Just a few more centimeters, and Craig will be inside.
I think I'm right over.
Yeah, I
right
think
there
you're
in
in
the
good
hole.
position here.
Yeah. When we come down, I mean, no time like the present.
Craig needs to approach straight on, just as he did in the test tank, in order to navigate the angle of the window. One of the team controls his tether, providing the ROV with full range and motion to maneuver. Too little slack in the tether, and it won't reach its target. Too much slack, and it may get hung up and damage the Scourge.
Looks like you're not gaining depth there.
Hey, you paying out tether for me? Hold on, I'm getting pulled. I think you've got my tether.
No, I don't think so. I'll stop there. I'll stop.
Something is wrong. The tether is too tight and is preventing Craig from making a straight approach on the window.
It's no good how you're getting pulled back.
Yeah.
It's not acceptable.
Dan pulls back. His light reveals Craig's tether caught on the Scourge's stern davit. The ROV is stuck, and one wrong move could damage the Scourge. The snagged tether makes it nearly impossible for the ROV to get inside the Scourge. Even worse, the tether sawing back and forth could cause damage. Craig carefully maneuvers to get free. If the davit snaps, serious damage could result to the entire stern structure.
Are we clear?
Not quite. You need to go a little bit to your port.
When you're starting to put a lot of strain on it, back and forth, it's not something to like.
Straight ahead there. And you're almost clear. You just gotta get go a little bit more. Oh, there you go. You're there. Good job, Craig.
Thank you.
Okay, let's.
The position of the expedition boat forces Craig to work at a challenging approach angle to the window. Jonathan is worried about damaging the wreck.
What if we came as far forward on the forward line on the boat as we can? Just to move the whole boat this way.
The boat's moorings can't be changed, but a shift of even a few meters might be enough to give Craig a more direct approach angle to the stern windows.
97, yeah, we're closer to the center of the wreck.
Oh yeah, much better.
Is it better?
Much better. Okay, here we go.
Are you getting pulled back?
Yeah, just a little. Yeah, give me a little more tether.
Warren takes charge of the tether.
Slow her down. Slow her down.
I'm trying.
Craig battles with the approach angle to the window. The muscle buildup adds another obstacle.
Whoa. Back off.
The sonar on the micro ROV hits the delicate window frame.
I think we need to pull back and let's reassess.
They review the footage to decide whether to proceed. Jonathan is the archaeologist in charge, so he has the final say.
You're fighting to come around, so you're you know, facing difficulty even before you get towards the window.
The team are split. Craig believes he can get inside.
The windows look a lot larger than what we were originally thinking, especially that one that doesn't have the muscle. I mean, I understand your concerns, don't get me wrong.
I think it's a combination of the size, the restricted size of the window, the fragility, and I just think it might be just too risky to
go on. Okay.
Jonathan calls off the attempt. He believes any small bump could trigger the collapse of the stern section.
There's a huge frustration for any diver who becomes limited by someone else's rules. When you work really closely with archaeologists, you start to think like an archaeologist. And you start to get really worried about bumping into things or knocking a zebra mussel loose.
They need a new approach if they hope to answer why so many men died on the night of August 8, 1813. Mike and Warren investigate another 19th century schooner that shares a similar design to the Hamilton and the Scourge. They hope its internal hull design will shed light on what happened below deck during the sinking. The tiller wreck lays only 7 kilometers south of the Hamilton and the Scourge. She rests in just over 30 meters of water, making her much more accessible. The government forbids the use of scuba equipment for any commercial dive deeper than 30 meters. So the Fletchers must use surface-supplied air to dive on the tiller. Once they surface, they must enter a decompression chamber to purge their bodies of nitrogen gas that builds up in the blood during the dive.
Nitrogen, it's not assimilated by your body, all right? So what happens is the gas itself will come out of solution as soon as you hit the surface, and we don't like bubbles in our bloodstream that isn't oxygen.
The Fletchers will enter the chamber immediately after surfacing or risk getting decompression sickness.
Full-on commercial diving equipment, very cumbersome. You feel extremely awkward. But I did thousands and thousands of that style of dive throughout my commercial career.
They dive using tethers, a lifeline of air, and means of communication with each other and the surface. But if they aren't careful, their tethers could become entangled in the wreck. The dive plan gives them just 30 minutes to investigate. Mussels cover the tiller as well. But at 4 square meters, her hatches are nearly 4 times as large as those on the Hamilton and the Scourge.
Dad, I'm going to see if I can enter the ship through the hatch at the bow.
The tiller was a cargo schooner, like the Hamilton and the Scourge before they were converted for war.
I think I can fit through. I'm going to drop inside and take a look at the internal structure.
Getting a glimpse of the interior of the cargo schooner provides the team with new information. These interior spaces were designed to maximize cargo capacity. Yet when the Hamilton and the Scourge became Navy vessels, the same sorts of holds may have become homes to 40 or 50 men.
Are you moving forward or aft? Over. I'm heading aft right now. I can see the transom ahead of me. I can see the deck beams.
Support beams for the deck are the only remaining structural features.
It appears to be literally wide open. I don't see any bulkheads or anything separating the different areas of the ship. It's really odd.
Open space below deck makes sense on a schooner like the tiller with a small crew designed to haul cargo. But on a vessel converted for war with dozens of men living below, it could have made it harder for them to escape the sinking. On purpose-built warships of the time, partitions separated the living, fighting, and storage spaces. These compartments would slow the ingress of water, potentially giving the crew more time to get out. But if the Hamilton and the Scourge share the same internal structure as the tiller, The crew may have had just seconds to escape.
I can only imagine what it would have been like if you had 40 or 50 men, like on the Hamilton and the Scourge down here, struggling to get out of the hold.
The Fletchers have just 7 minutes from their final decompression stop to surface and make it into the chamber to complete their decompression. Any delay and they risk contracting the bends. They reach the surface, but their tethers get tangled. Mike and Warren work together to free themselves from the constricting lines.
Warren needs some slack on the line.
Slack the diver one.
Dad, see if you can swim around and untangle it. I can't move anywhere.
They have just 3 minutes to clear their tethers and make it to the decompression chamber.
I think I can see where it's hung up. I got it.
Warren untangles the lines.
Come on, Mike. Got Warren.
With less than 2 minutes remaining, the support crew must free them from their helmets, harnesses, and dry suits.
That's cracked.
Dangerous nitrogen will bubble in their blood. Prolonged exposure can cause paralysis or even death.
30 seconds.
They rush to the decompression chamber and make it with just 10 seconds to spare.
Have a good flight, boys.
Sealed inside the steel tank, the pressure is set to match their final in-water decompression stop.
Gentlemen, you are at depth. Start breathing O2.
The Fletchers have got their first look at the interior of a similar 19th century cargo vessel. But are the Hamilton and the Scourge as open below deck as the Tiller wreck? Or were walls and partitions added when they were converted for battle to handle the increased crew size? If they are open, water could have flooded the schooners in just seconds, leaving those below deck with little time to escape. The Hamilton wreck site is the last chance for answers. She was sunk by the same terrible storm and lies just 500 meters from the Scourge. But there is no eyewitness account of the Hamilton sinking.
All right, Warren, we're good to splash.
At 20 meters long and 6 meters wide, she is larger than the Scourge, but has only 3 deck hatches, with the largest opening measuring just 1.5 meters square. The search for an entry point begins at the bow. The ROV scours the deck looking for a way to drop inside. There were only 8 survivors from the roughly 40 or 50 men serving on board. Few remains have ever been found.
Dan?
Yes.
Can you come back out and around, please, so we can monitor Craig going in? That'll give an extra set of eyes for him as well.
Absolutely.
The team move cautiously, aware that this is a war grave and that human remains could lie right below.
When a drowning victim goes to the bed of the sea or the lake, wherever they sink, they don't move much.
Well, that's one of the beauties of the Great Lakes. There aren't the strong currents, the tidal currents, and the big hurricane storms and things that tend to move stuff around on the bottom. It's so still down there.
And nor are there the organisms that consume the bones.
Both of these wrecks present a really good preservation environment for delicate organic materials such as bones and wood.
Craig moves into position above the forehatch. Mussels cover the opening, reducing access. He carefully moves the ROV lower. This time, the maneuver is perfect. He's in. Topside, images of the Hamilton's hold appear on the monitor. Mussels have penetrated the interior, but in much smaller numbers. The team enter the Hamilton's compartments for the first time since the night she sank, almost 200 years ago.
We're seeing obviously some kind of debris.
broken wooden planking that might have been cabin fittings or furniture for the crew. Craig rotates just below the hatch, revealing a wide-open compartment, much like the tiller wreck. The visible evidence suggests water could have flooded it in mere seconds.
It would have been quite something at that spot when the vessel sank.
How did Ned describe it? It was like water running into a sluice.
Myers believed the storm caught many sailors below deck.
Those who were stationed below slept below. I think it probable that as the night grew cool, as it always does on fresh waters, some of the men stole below to get warmer berths.
But the ROV is not finding skeletal remains in this part of the schooner. Craig brings the ROV back out of the compartment and directs it aft where it finds the vessel's dinghy. It appears that the Hamilton sank so fast, there was no time to escape. Craig moves to his next target, the aft hatch.
How's the umbilical looking, Dan?
The umbilical's going in really smooth. It's not touching anywhere.
The hatch is clear, so Craig presses on, dropping nearly 2 meters below deck. The team spots something within the compartment. A musket rack with muskets still in it lines the interior wall just inside the hatch.
Let's count them. Like maybe you can
11.
Count them out.
I count 11 this way.
The muskets, kept close at hand, are evidence of the soldiers and crew living below deck.
Here it is. Exactly. Very good. Excellent. Excellent.
Craig must navigate an incredibly tight area in order to get deeper inside the wreck.
I think you're going to have to pull back without hitting that stanchion that's right there. We don't want to touch that at all. That's extremely fragile.
This passageway is where the men would have been scrambling to try and escape. But it is narrow, even for the micro ROV. Moving just a centimeter at a time, Craig moves ahead in the tight space.
Nice driving, Craig.
Creeping deeper into the wreck, they are rewarded with another discovery.
Does this look like the bottom of the shelf here?
The team spots something that could be a link to the Hamilton's crew, a horizontal plank.
See, that could actually be a bunk. That could be a bunk, and this could be the lower bunk. That could be
It's open underneath.
This looks like the crew's sleeping quarters, where sailors may have awakened to an overwhelming onrush of water.
So, John, if that is a bunk, if Hamilton met a very sudden end, then this is definitely an area where humans could have been trapped below decks.
Absolutely.
A blanket of silt covers the deck, entombing the crew's remains forever.
Warren, let's go ahead and start pulling it back in.
The micro ROV gives the team a window on the past, revealing the interior compartments of the Hamilton. The lack of visible bulkheads or partitions meant water could pour in from the hatches. But how difficult would it be for the crews to escape the capsized schooners as they filled with water? At Survival Systems, the Fletchers prepare the simulation of the last moments of the Hamilton and the Scourge.
I wouldn't say I'm nervous, but I can feel a little butterfly there.
I think it is going to be difficult. I think there's a lot of water moving through one exit, and it's not a particularly big exit, which means the onrush is going to be pretty heavy.
Mike stays outside, ready to help if Warren becomes injured. He will also time how long Warren is trapped within the capsule.
There we get the wave ball going. Makes nice big waves for us.
I awoke in consequence of large drops of rain falling on my face. I meant to go down and get a nip out of a little stuff we kept in our mess chest, and that I would bring up the bottle, when a flash of lightning almost blinded me.
I think we're getting ready. Oh my gosh. This is so intense.
17 tons of water blast through the hatch, pushing all of the air out of the capsule.
The water was pouring down the cabin companionway like a sluice.
Oh, where am I? Oh my gosh. Which way is up?
I watched 30 seconds go by and then almost a minute. How would somebody do that if they didn't have scuba equipment? And especially if it happened suddenly and in the dark.
After nearly a minute, the standby divers check on Warren to ensure he hasn't been injured. At last, Warren struggles free, but is met with the chaos of the storm on the surface.
I made a spring and fell into the water, several feet from the place where I had stood. It is my opinion the schooner sunk as I left her.
Oh, it's that! But it happens fast, man, a lot faster than I expected. The water just is, you see it coming in and then you're underwater.
Those sailors would have been taken by surprise and would have had just a few terrifying moments to reach the deck.
It definitely brings it home for me what actually happened that night and the challenges that these guys were up against, you know, immediately just survive and get out of the ship, and I can see why a lot of them died.
Ned Myers was one of the lucky ones. Within moments of jumping into the water, he found the Scourge's dinghy and climbed in. He went on to save the other 7 men who survived the sinking. Nearly 200 years later, a scientific expedition has entered one of the schooners for the first time, gathering archaeological evidence and shedding light on why so many died. For the crews of the Hamilton and the Scourge trapped below deck, the schooner's interiors would become their coffins.
That good ship and true was a bone to be chewed when the gales of November came early